If there's anything I gotta set here. I guess I could check my lighting really quick. Alright, that should be good. Actually, might need to lower the game just a tiny bit. I can properly alt-tab out. There we go. Maybe 17.8. I don't know. I'm feeling like a 17.8, so it's probably fine. Put it lower than that before? No, we probably are fine. Good lord, so what the hell is this? Didn't you already finish the game? The answer is yes. But, okay, I'd simply set the 384, because I didn't hear the, intro music. So, this is, kind of a weird one. So, I kept saying, you know, man, I should really read, I should read Red Moon Rose, or people kept telling me that I should do it, and I tried finding the time, but it's actually a pretty long read, so I was like, oh boy, I usually have like half an hour free, like, before I go to sleep, and I was like, no, I can't. So I was thinking for the longest time, like, how could I properly do this? I was thinking maybe I could just record it and put it up on YouTube, you know, and call it a day. I could probably do that, right? But I figured I might as well stream it. Don't know who's gonna show up. Oh, that reminds me though, there's one thing I gotta change. Switch tats. Second. Because nobody's here right now. Pick to always show. That should be good. Alright. Let me see. Is the stream actually live and I didn't, like... Is it, like, horribly mangled title or something? Nope. Should be good. I just have to make sure. So... Let me just, pick... What's, like, the best file to load here? Because I did want to mention a few things. Very important things, by the way. If you're not interested in me reading this, there is still something important. I'm not going to save it for the end. I'll repeat myself several times. But, let me see. It was probably the best one. No, a little earlier than that. This one, maybe? This is probably fine. Yeah, this is probably fine. Oh man, what a weird way to do things. What a weird way. But, thank God the library is there, and we can choose to, read these whenever we want. That's why I love doing staggered saves and, like, doing it whenever I can. Because, you never know when something like this might happen, and, for some reason you can only access it in the, library. You can't access it in the books tab. Let me actually check that. I'm pretty sure you can't. Yeah, you can't for some reason. I guess it's because it's not technically a new entry, but... I do wonder how tough it would be to program that in. I don't know. I'm not a programmer, so I would not know. Apparently, from what I hear, I was wondering, like, if I should also read Heartless Edgar. And apparently it's not super worth it. Also, wow, 13, 18, yeah. Okay, this is kind of a preface to how long Red Moon Rose might be. Because I'm used to these being super short. Yeah, like 4 or 7 pages. Man. But yeah, some of these are just like short stories. I would do them, you know, Well, I'd do them more in the series if they weren't, like, such long JRPGs to begin with, so I'll be honest, I usually don't read them. I did read Gambler Jack. I think I read the Cornelia one. I read another one. I can't remember the name of it, though. But, like, I usually don't read all of them. Is it on the... I think it's on the second floor. Wait, no, library's on the first floor. Sorry, I've mentally checked out of this game. Like 4 days ago. 4 days have been kind of heavy. Been kind of real. Everybody should be... Yeah, there we go. So, let me see. They should be here. The first one. How long is the first one? 18 pages. This is very real. This is very real. I'm gonna do this all in one sitting. Oh boy. I'll try to be as brief. Well, not brief, you know. I'll take it all in. This is all we're gonna be doing. But, what's this finale? 21 pages. Oh, this is real. This is a meaty boy. This is a very meaty boy. So I'm gonna check that out. It is the, I guess it's the origin story of Rose. So, we're gonna check that out. Or rather, let me see. What do we know about her so far? Have any bios in here? Miscellaneous, I guess? Oh, what does this star mean? I never noticed this. I guess if you have, like, all the character pages for them. Mysterious girl. Lord. I could boot up an older file. But, it's fine. But it is her origin story, so... I'm curious about that, because one of the things I mentioned with Cold Steel 2 was that I wanted to know more about the Hexen Clan and what the whole deal is with them, so... Who knew? Once again, it was in a book, and I had no idea. But I'd much rather this than the drama CD, you know, that we kind of had to... Well, I had to deal with for Cold Steel 1. Actually, no, well... It was, like, between... Yeah, like... towards the end of Cold Steel 1. Man, that's weird. But regardless, let me double check one thing here. No, that should be fine. Alright. So hopefully it's streaming. There aren't any issues. I don't really see anybody in the chat, so I just want to make sure it's not destroyed. But, that is to say, so, before we get started here, I just wanted to say really quick, might have to repeat myself several times. So, Cold Steel 4 is coming out tomorrow for PC, I believe. Which, man. So, I just want to clear the air, because some people might only watch, the VOD, they might only, you know, see, like, the Twitter... Like, they might see the Twitter thread, but it's like, you know, a lot of people don't, understandably, because they watch the stream. Why would they go out and read the Twitter, like, why would they go read the Twitter thread? Sorry, I'm good with words. This is a good sign for me having to read all of that. But why would they read the Twitter thread, you know, if they already watch the streams? So, I was kind of indecisive. That's kind of the problem with, like, trying to set goals or what you're gonna do in the moment, because I'm like, I'm not sure how this is gonna go, because I immediately flipped from, like, waiting until May, because that cliffhanger was so bad. I was gonna wait until then, but good lord. Then I convinced myself to, like, no, wait, I could actually get away with this. And I can. However, there is another factor I need to consider. People were saying it in some of the YouTube comments, which I appreciate. Anybody who watched on the VOD, by the way, thank you so much. I appreciate that support. I really do. But yeah, people are saying it. People are saying it in the stream chat as well. It's just that there was, like, a lot going on in my mind, so I didn't, like, maybe see it in time. People were saying that, you know, you could be a little bit late to the party just to let, you know, PC and maybe some Switch owners, you know, get ahead of you. And it's like, you know what, that's a valid point, because I've done that before. It's not the first time I've been late to the party, and took it as silver lining, which means that, you know, people don't have to worry about being spoiled on certain things if they want to watch the streams, because I think the turnout for Cold Steel 3 was pretty great, all things considered. But that is to say, as far as Cold Steel 4 goes, I could have done it day one, but I won't, for a number of reasons. So, a long story short, for people who want to know, 2 weeks. 2 weeks is pretty much the grace period I will give people who are playing on PC and Switch, I guess. I don't know if anybody's actually playing Cold Steel 4 on Switch. Let me know. I'm actually curious about that. I don't hear much of people playing the Trail series on Switch, so that'd be interesting to know. But yeah, 2 weeks, and then I'll be starting my playthrough. And I'm not going to go in as super crazy as before. I might do like 3 or 4 days a week, right? Very lax to start with, and then maybe amp it up a little bit more. Because Cold Steel 3, I was trying to finish it before Rise came out, and I did not have enough time. But I shouldn't have much to worry about. Like, all I have to worry about is, like, Final Fantasy VII Intergrade in, like, June 11 or 10, I think? So, it's not that bad, all things considered. I'll have plenty of leeway, especially since I'm starting in April. But, who knows? 4 might be a longer game. I don't know. But I expect it to be about the similar pace, but it is the end of the arc, so who knows? Could be longer. But, yeah, 2 weeks, basically. From, I guess, tomorrow, starting tomorrow, 2 weeks from then, so I guess it'd land on Friday or Saturday. I don't know. I'll have to see, what I'm feeling 2 weeks from now. Or not from now, from tomorrow. Gosh. But yeah, the plan is, you know, to do that. For a number of reasons. I want to make Cold Steel 4's stream a little special. I want to improve the stream presentation a little bit further if I can. You know, maybe get like a bot set up. It does some things to make it feel more nice. At least for me, maybe it's like a personal endeavor. I would like to improve that if I can in the next few days, so hopefully I can look into that. But that's basically the plan. 2 weeks from release, starting tomorrow, and I'll start Cold Steel 4.
Now...
But with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and start reading. I think some people... I'll have to see. I'm putting this up on mobile just in case. Because I want to double check something. Nope, should be good. Okay. Just had to double check that. But either way, I'm going to start reading. If anybody shows up in the chat and they want to know what's the deal with CS4, I'll repeat it again. But yeah, it's 2 weeks. I just wanted to keep you guys, you know, informed, because some people don't follow me on Twitter. Some people might watch on the YouTube VOD, so this way I've covered all bases, you know. Plus, I wanted to check this out anyway, so that might as well be, you know, do a live. This might take a few hours. Well, maybe at least over an hour, we'll see. So without further ado, let me start reading this, because I'm curious about the lore. Apparently this one actually is, I guess, in-game canon. But regardless, actually, could lower the music a tiny bit. Might be a good idea. Just one notch. Okay. So, Chapter 1, The Red Moon. The story begins in Erebonia during the Middle Ages, some 200 years ago. The War of the Lions had concluded in Western Zemuria, and Emperor Draco's, a driving force behind its resolution, had been deceased for over a decade. The imperial capital Heimdall was a beautiful traditional city, with rows of cheerful red brick buildings that had earned it the nickname the Vermilion Capital. In one back alley of the city, however, a solemn mood reigned. Soldiers in military uniforms paced up and down while a crowd of onlookers gathered to see what was going on. They clung to the edges of the scene, refusing to disperse no matter how many times they were asked. At the center of the commotion lay a young woman. Her skin was shockingly pale, as if not a drop of blood ran through her veins. On her neck, 2 dark red spots stood out in stark contrast to the pallid flesh. Her neck, 2 dark red spots. Okay. Seeing this, a middle-aged soldier let out a loud sigh, took out his pocket watch. It was just after 6. He gave a curt order to his subordinates to find out who she was, and the woman's body was swiftly carried away from the curious stares of the gawkers. After watching her safely borne away, he noticed a younger soldier following the woman with his eyes as well. Alphonse tapped the young man on his shoulder. The soldier startled. Wait, what? Oh, the soldier started seeming to realize that he was still on duty. Sorry, Gerard. Somewhat flustered, Alphonse had adjusted his beret, then hung his head apologetically. No snap from his reverie, it was clear that he still had something on his mind. Believe I've told you before to address me as Sir while on duty. I'm your commanding officer, after all, Gerard said jokingly. With a fond pat on the soldier, Gerard reminded him to stay focused and then left to give orders to the rest of his subordinates. Alphonse quickly returned to his post, silently grateful for Gerard's characteristically thoughtful gesture. Watching this exchange was another young soldier the same age as Alphonse. Scowling unpleasantly, he gave an audible tut. The girl's untimely demise, though shocking, was but one in a series of grisly murders that were the talk of the town. Most of the victims were young women who had been out at night. They'd all met their ends through loss of blood. Or, put another way, the victims had died after having all of the blood drained from their bodies. Furthermore, all of the bodies which had been found had something else in common. Each had bite marks on their neck, as if they had been pierced by incredibly sharp fangs. It didn't take long for word of this to start to spread among the people of Heimdall, and all who heard the rumors were quick to think of one of the many ancient legends which existed in Erebonia. Specifically, the legend that described immortal, monstrous creatures which roamed the land at night, feeding on the blood of humans. It was these very legends that eventually became the inspiration for the mass killing's new moniker, the Vampire Murders. That night, after his duties were complete, Alphonse made his way to a small tavern tucked away in a corner of the capital by the name of Allegria, to enjoy a late evening meal. As he sat down to his dinner, a pretty girl near his own age with a glossy chestnut ponytail studied him with obvious concern. "So how is it, Alfie? Is it nice? I hope so. Pretty happy with how it turned out." The girl Luca had been Alphonse's friend since his arrival in Heimdall, about 10 years before. A shy, nervous smile tugged at her lips as she continued to watch him. Alphonse felt a hot blush creep up his neck under her intense gaze, but he forced himself to eat. The beef stew she had made had a simple yet comforting taste to it. "Yeah," he assured her, "it's really good. You've really gotten the hang of this." Luca relaxed at his words. With a few quick, self-conscious glances at the rest of the tavern customers, she seated herself opposite to him. Her courage seemed spent after this gesture, though, and they sat in awkward silence for some time until she managed a hesitant, "How's work going these days?" At the word work, Alphonse's hand, which was carrying food to his mouth, instantly came to a halt. Despite the so-called vampire murders going on for quite some time, they had been unable to find a single clue to the culprit behind it all. The corpse of the woman from that afternoon flashed across his mind's eye. The pleasant flavor of the stew died on his tongue. So young, she must have had a family, friends, perhaps even a partner, just like anyone else. She had had her whole life ahead of her, and yet that life had been brought to a sudden end, just like so many others before her. What the criminal had done was unforgivable, but the reprehensible nature of the crimes wasn't the only reason that Alphonse was obsessed with this case. "Hey, what's up, Igus? How you do? Hope your day's been pretty good. I just started reading at the moment, but, real quick PSA for you. Cold Steel 4 is happening 2 weeks from the release of, tomorrow. I wanted to give people a little bit of a grace period, so that's the plan. 2 weeks from release. Pitching live, I saw the VOD. Yeah, no worries. I just wanted to give people a heads up, so I was like, you know what? Let me make this little bonus session. Let me just read through Red Moon Rose, and also if anybody shows up in the chat, just let them know, like, you know, what the plans are for Cold Steel 4. Because I figured that makes sure everybody can join in and they don't have to worry about being spoiled. And it might not even be every day. It might be like a little staggered. I might do like 4 days a week of Cold Steel 4 for like the first 2 weeks or so. Just to really make sure people can be ahead of me so they don't worry about getting spoiled. So that's looking like the plan. But regardless, let me go back to this. There little that he could do to solve it now that he had been removed from the investigation team. A soft voice brought him back from his thoughts. Alfie, just don't go overdoing it, okay? Her kind words made Alphonse realize how tense his expression must have become. Her concern embarrassed him. Sounds good? Yeah. No worries. I'm fine, honestly, he said in what he had hoped was a reassuring voice. Alphonse is a member of a unit of the Imperial Army popularly known as the Gerard Team. It was responsible for maintaining law and order in Heimdall. Gerard, the team's commanding officer, had long cared for Alphonse like a father. It was his recommendation that led Alphonse to join the army and become a member of the team. Since then, he lived in a dormitory near the army's guardhouse. His meal at the tavern finished, he sketched Luca a quick goodbye and took his usual route back towards... Rushing through the Sky Games, aim to complete them before playing 4. Nice. I mean, good luck. Are you on, like, SC or the 3rd right now? Because Sky the 3rd isn't that bad. It's a pretty short, all things considered, at least compared to the other two. Let's see. Dormitory. Eerie red-colored moon hung full in the sky, bathing the brick buildings in a bewitching carmine glow. Walking along, Alphonse couldn't help but notice that the number of people on the streets at night was much smaller of late. Considering the culprit behind the vampire murder still hadn't been found, that was hardly surprising, though. And yet, despite the fact that barely anyone dared to take to the streets, new victims kept appearing one after another, as if to mock the soldiers who patrolled the dead of night to keep them safe. The sense of fear in the city increased by the day. Ending to FC. Right, Joshua? Oh, yeah. Getting pretty up there. Oh, that's what I was saying. Like, FC's ending is, like... I guess now it's the second worst, but for the longest time for me, it was the worst ending in the series. But Cold Steel 3, man, that cliffhanger is rough. But for the entirety of me playing the rest of the Trails games, no other cliffhanger hit like first chapter did, in my opinion. Like, it's insane how bad that made me want to play the sequel. And I had to wait several months because of other plans with like a friend to do like another series. But I was like, oh my god, this is just torture for me. Wait, did I miss anything? Oh man, how do you go backwards? Oh, just left and right. I'm a dummy. Let's see. It's 11. Okay. Sense of fear in the city increased by the day. Deep unease shared by all, even the soldiers. Suddenly, he swore to himself yet again that he would stop at nothing to catch whoever was responsible and bring them to justice. Suddenly, Alphonse stopped in his tracks, his troubled thoughts interrupted by the sight of an unaccompanied woman walking ahead of him. The deep shadows blanketing the path made it difficult to be certain, but she seemed unsteady on her feet. To his further surprise, she then turned and disappeared down an even darker back alley. Considering the ongoing vampire murders, it was hard to believe that anyone could be so careless. With a resolute air, Alphonse set about following the woman, determined to call out to her and try to prevent her from coming to any harm. He entered the back alley. The gloom obscured all but the sharpest of angles. He squinted, willing his eyes to adjust. The soft outline of a woman's back took shape in the depths of the alley. "Excuse me, miss, I'm not sure it's wise to be..." Alphonse forgot what he was going to say. Something was wrong. Slowly, the woman turned to face him. Her head hung limply to the side, long hair masking her face. A hint of eyes could be seen through the wild locks, but they held no focus, no awareness. She opened her mouth and moaned. Horrified by the disturbing figure before him, Alphonse froze. In an instant, she was on him. Arms outstretched, she lunged and seized his neck in a crushing grip. Taken completely by surprise, he fell backwards, the weight of her pinning him down. Slowly, methodically, she began to squeeze. "Yeah?" he croaked. I don't even know. How could that seemingly lifeless woman be capable of such unnatural strength? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pry her hands from around his windpipe. All his training, his youthful strength, none of it seemed to count for anything against those unyielding claws. Her fingers dug deeper still. Already painted painful absence of air became indescribably, The already painful absence of air became indescribable agony. From his low vantage point, Alphonse was able to see more of the woman's face now. It swam in and out, a view of his oxygen-starved brain. But her pale flesh was almost luminous against the darkness of the night. Her lips were chapped and colorless. As she squeezed, they began to part in a hungry leer, the edges splitting. Dinner, Although Alphonse could barely understand what was happening, his instincts knew exactly what the woman was about to do. He bucked and writhed desperately in her grip, but her hold was too great. Black began seeping into his vision. Even as he remembered the saber belted to his waist, he was too weak to draw it. The blank-eyed woman thrust her face eagerly toward his neck, teeth bared and mouth yawning wide. Alphonse began to close his eyes. Death seemed his only choice, but just then, the world in his fading view exploded. Bruh. I'm assuming it's her. That's rough. Yeah. I had to wait. I had to wait, I think, 3 or 4 months, but it felt like an eternity. Because long story short, that was back when we thought Doom Eternal was gonna be out, like, towards the end of, 2019. So Shin said, hey, this is a great idea. Let's get caught up on the Doom series before the game comes out. So we marathoned it, and boy, seeing that delay to, like, March of, last year, I was like, man, I could have just played SC. Because, like, I enjoyed the games alright, but man, like, I'm sorry. There was nothing I wanted to do more. And he knew this. But there was nothing I wanted to do more than play Sky SC. And it's like, you know, I still thought I was going to enjoy it too, but man, it was like, sweet Jesus. I really just wanted to play second chapter. And like, if anybody, I was watching my playthrough just a tiny bit just to see like the intro and like, you know, 1 or 2 events. And I was like, man, I could tell the weight of like that game. I was just like, oh my god. It's so good. It was so good to finally see that title screen. Like it's twisty cliffhanger ending. Seems, yeah, FC was rough. What's up, Vex? How you doing? I'm on chapter 2, so it's a good sign. Although, Vex, I don't think you saw the Twitter thread, but TLDR, 2 weeks from doing alright. How's things? It's going alright. A lot of IRL stuff, a lot of research, a lot of shit went down after finishing Cold Steel 3 unintentionally. Just had to shift gears and like focus on other things in life. Have arrived late by 30 minutes. Yes, it's been almost 30 minutes and you've only missed chapter 1. I'm taking my sweet time. No, I'll try to be faster. But yeah, just to emphasize, guys, yeah, I'm gonna keep repeating this as I see people show up in the chat. 2 weeks from the release tomorrow is when I'll be starting Cold Steel 4, so hopefully should be good. I know, Shred, I know you really want to see what happens, but I just gotta give a grace period so we can have a fun time in the chat and a lot of people can show up as much as possible. Just in lieu of spoilers, so they can be ahead of me. So I don't have to worry about that. That is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. I can wait 2 weeks. Because there's stuff I wanted to improve on, like, the stream and, like, other stuff anyway, so... The 2 weeks should be fine. I think that's reasonable. Good idea, though? Yeah, pretty much. I'm like, I don't even feel bad about it. Because, like, there's things. Like, honestly, just to get on a slight tangent before I keep going here. I honestly wanted to improve my stream game a little bit at the start of Cold Steel 3. I just did not have the time to do it. So I was just like, let me just give up. Let me just do the basic stuff, which is still fine. But I'm like, for Cold Steel 4, I'm like, listen, this is the last game in the series. For now, I know it's for now. People are going to say, like, actually, there's more games out. It's like, listen, I know. But as far as, like, Western goes, and I'm just like, I really want to make it special. I really want to... I don't know. I want to feel like there's been progress as far as stream setup goes. We went from, like, no webcam to somewhat decent overlay, you know, to, like, an active chat in Cold Steel 3. I'm kidding. The chat wasn't dead, but, like, Cold Steel 3 by far has had the most active chat, completely. Like, it's not even close. So that was a really fun time. So I want it to be the next step, if possible, just to make it feel satisfying. I'm not gonna go crazy, though. Good lord, people have, like, insane stream setups. I'm only one person. Either way, I'm gonna keep going. So, I'm just gonna keep reading this, because the first one was just, I guess, an introduction to her. Spoilers, vampires do exist. Hydrate. Damn, I haven't even started reading yet. But okay. I'm probably gonna need that a lot throughout. Probably. But yeah, so let me continue on chapter 2, which, by the way, Shriyan, there is a lot. Just to stress how much there is, I hope you get comfy, get a drink, get some food, or I don't know what. Put this on in the background if you want, honestly, because just chapter 2 was 20 pages. 330 pages. Oh my god. That's a lot. And that's only half of it. That's only half of it. Because then let me see, there's like... That's less than half of it. Oh my god. For some reason they... Oh my god, that drives me nuts now. Why did they split it like 6 and like 4? Like, why did they do a 6-8 split? I'd rather do 7 and 7. That bugs me. Ice cream in front of me, attacks behind me. Right for sword time, yeet. Read all of A Song of Ice and Fire, yes. Also, okay. Last thing I will say is this is really hilarious to me, because I was internally laughing last night, thinking like, man, more people are gonna show up to me reading a single book in a Trails game than me playing Monster Hunter Rise. I love it, man. I love how there's clearly a type. Like, I've been typecast for streams. I'm like, this shit's hilarious to me. But nevertheless, in like the good way, where it's like, man, I appreciate people showing up for even the most minute things. Because I initially was gonna just like record this and put it up on YouTube, but I figured the streaming gets more fun. Distractions be damned. It's more fun this way. Keep Rise as fresh as possible for me when I do get eventually. Oh, no worries. It's not even just like usually, it's just like you can look at the past broadcasts like VODs and you can notice a stark difference in viewers and numbers. And it's not about the views for me, but I just find that really funny and really glad that, you know, like fans of this series like still show up more so. When you stream Amateur Rise, I'm fast asleep. That too. Watch Monster Hunter if it released on PC. That's avoid spoilers. Yeah. Man, but look at this chat though. Oh my god. I'm looking at a straight wall of text. You'd be surprised how rare that is for Monster Hunter Rise. It is what it is. But anyway, I'm gonna stop getting distracted. Also, Nerdic, I don't know if you were lurking or not, but 2 weeks from the release tomorrow for Cold Steel 4 on PC, I'll be doing Cold Steel 4. So 2 weeks from tomorrow, in case you were wondering about that. Anyway, Chapter 2, Vampire Hunter. As the world blurred, he caught a fleeting glimpse of geometric shapes pass before his eyes. It was the sole of a boot moving at incredible speed. Bone-crushing thud. The woman was thrown aside, and Alphonse's field of vision filled with the night sky. Free from the woman's grasping fingers, he coughed furiously, sucking in as much fresh air as his tortured throat could manage. "Are you alright?" asked a clear voice beside him. The source of it was a second woman who he was certain had not been there moments ago. She wore a navy blue overcoat paired with a matching navy blue beret. Her ash blonde hair reached as far as her neck, and her features were dignified, though they still retained clear vestige of childlike innocence. Also, I'm probably gonna make like a rule where it's like, I'll look at chat in between chapters, because otherwise, I gotta structure this somehow, man. So I'll read chat in between the chapters, I guess, and not keep looking in between. Otherwise, there will be no flow to this. We have to hunt together sometime. Oh, for sure. I'll, you know, I'll try to make that work in the next 2 days, Vex. Actually, are you, like, high rank at Vex? Let me know. They just reached it last night. Anyway. At a guess, she seemed to be roughly the same age as Alphonse himself. Still busy processing the recent events, Alphonse made no reply to her query. The woman watched him for some time before coolly stating, "You appear to be mostly uninjured, at least. I'm glad to have arrived in time." Seemingly satisfied he would have survived, she turned away and studied the crumpled form of the woman who had attacked him. "That," she said with a note of distaste, "is a ghoul. A thing a person becomes after their blood has been drained by a vampire." As she spoke, she kicked her left boot against the ground. The tap 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 seemed to punctuate each word. It appeared to be the boot that she had used to kick the woman. Cool away from him? Wait, it's supposed to be a pun or something? I'm lost. Anyway, as he followed the restless drumming of her boot, he suddenly thought, vampire? I have no issue with you idling about, but I would prefer if you stood aside before doing so. You're on my way. Is that her or him? Oh, never mind. I thought it was Alphonse. Oh, okay, in my way. Her words are sharp, but no sooner had she said them than a creaking sound filled the area. The ghoul, which had been motionless on the ground while they were talking, was now slowly rising. Its contorted body lifted from the cobblestones using only the power of its legs. It was a grotesque spectacle and utterly unnatural, and if the ghoul was bothered by the earlier blow, it showed no sign. Without warning, the ghoul suddenly kicked at the ground like a wild beast and propelled itself towards them. Alphonse jerked to his feet and leaped forward to shield the blonde woman. The exact moment that the ghoul's nails reached Alphonse, the blonde woman behind him calmly put her hand in her overcoat pocket. In one smooth motion, she drew something out of it. It was a long, thin rapier. Its surface was radiant silver, polished to a mirror-like shine that reflected the smoldering glow of the red moon. God, that is very descriptive. Without a moment's hesitation, she thrust the rapier forward. Its pointed end flew past his neck, piercing the ghoul's throat effortlessly. With an equally smooth motion, she whipped through the blade. The ghoul fell to the ground and didn't move again. The menacing aura it had been radiating dissipated into nothing. Alphonse stood fixed to the spot, dumbfounded by what he said he had just witnessed. A small trickle of blood ran down his neck where the rapier had grazed it. I do believe I told you to stand aside. I suppose you must have heard me. Sighing, she took the ghoul's blood from her weapon before returning it to its scabbard. After all, if you had heard me and acted that way regardless, I would be forced to conclude that you are most foolish indeed. God, it sounds like she hasn't changed at all, considering past events. Her blunt words and composed expression finally brought Alphonse back to his senses. I was just trying to keep you from getting hurt. Never mind that, what's going on here anyway? Who are you? Why was that woman trying to... He had intended to finish his sentence with the words, eat me, but the possibility of what might have been was too terrifying to voice. What was clear to him was that the one before him had saved his life, and stabbed the ghoul to do so. Looking at Alphonse's confused expression as he wrestled with the situation, she gave a resigned sigh. You appear to be a member of the military, I presume then? That you are familiar with the so-called vampire murders? Yeah, of course. Well then, if I were to tell you that those vampire murders really are the work of a vampire, would you believe me? Alphonse gasped at her. What? Without answering, she turned away from him and walked over to the ghoul. Gently, she lifted it from the ground so Alphonse could get a good look at the face. What had been a terrifying creature just moments ago was now a woman again. Her expression was completely peaceful. It was hard to believe she was the same woman who had attacked him earlier. Look closely here, the blonde woman instructed. She pointed at the corpse's neck, specifically at the 2 red dots on its surface. They were completely consistent with the marks on all of the other victims of the vampire murders. It certainly looks like a vampire bite, wouldn't you say? She said this as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Alphonse still looked puzzled, but she ignored him and continued. Humans who die as a result of having their blood sucked by a vampire become ghouls, who then try to feast on other humans. This sword, she said, tapping the scabbard, has been blessed by the church and is capable of putting them to rest. Her words brought the bizarre spectacle he had just witnessed back to the front of his mind. While he was interested in the church, part of her statement, he had more pressing matters to ask, or questions to ask. You're seriously saying this was the work of a vampire? You really expect me to believe something so ridiculous? Whether you choose to believe it or not, it is the truth. A very unfortunate truth, but the truth nonetheless, she said in the same cool, disinterested tone. Alphonse struggled with it. The truth, as she presented it. Regard belief? Never seen that word, so hopefully I pronounced it right. And yet everything she said added up and seemed consistent. It was equally hard to believe that everything was a lie. He subconsciously touched his throat. The ache there only bolstered her position. He found himself willing to believe her. There's a vampire in the city, of that I am certain. And I, she continued, placing a hand on her chest, am here to put an end to it. A period of silence followed. Undeterred, the woman began to talk again. Still, this is not ordinarily a matter that laymen should be involved with, so I'd recommend that you forget all that you've seen and heard here. And I would prefer, she added with a meaningful glance, if you kept all of this to yourself as well. Turned to walk away. Wait! Alphonse called out to her. He swallowed, so a little straighter. Will you allow me to help you? The blonde woman came to an abrupt halt. She turned her head to look at him. It was clear that his sudden question had caught her off guard. Slowly, she faced him completely. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting you to propose something like that, quite that ludicrous. What could I possibly stand to gain by allowing you to help me? Her tone was as sharp as ever, but Alphonse was unfazed. Around 10 years ago, both of my parents were killed. They died the exact same way as the victims of the vampire murders. Shock showed through the woman's normally blank expression. Alphonse continued. I don't remember much about that day, but there's one thing I can't forget. One thing I'll never be able to forget. As he spoke, the memory returned to vividly to him. Roughly 10 years ago, Alphonse and his family had lived in a village in a remote region of the Empire. His father was a member of the army, serving in a unit stationed nearby. But it was an uneventful post, and they lived a quiet life. It was as normal and peaceful an existence as one could have, until that fateful day when Alphonse returned from playing outside. It was then that he saw a sight that would be burned into his memories, his dreams, forever. There in his home, he found the corpses of his parents lying in a room stained with blood. Their bodies had been drained and their necks were marked by strange bites. The incident was so unpleasant and bizarre that even then, there were those who believed that it was the work of a vampire. The army conducted an investigation, but were unable to find any clues that would lead them to a suspect. And eventually the case was deemed unsolvable. Left with no living family, Alphonse was taken in by his father's best friend and fellow soldier in the army, Gerard. Ended up living in Heimdall. If what she was saying was true, and vampires really did exist, then maybe one was actually responsible for his parents' deaths. From the look on her face, it seemed she too thought that could be the case. Alphonse shook his head, though it was more for himself. It doesn't really matter if it was the work of a vampire or not. I feel as though by solving this case, I'll finally be able to move on from what happened that day. That's why. Hey, what's up, Crux? Another long silence fell between them. The blonde woman seemed to be deep in thought, and Alphonse waited patiently for her reply. Eventually, she let out a short sigh. As part of the army, you have access to restricted information on the murders. Perhaps your assistance might allow me to find the vampire more quickly. She put her hand inside her coat and took out a short sword with the same silvery glow as the rapier she had used earlier. This will allow you to fight against ghouls and vampires. If you'll be cooperating with me, I expect you to protect yourself. Alphonse glanced at her face. Her expression clearly said that she wouldn't brook any nonsense. His resolve would need to be firm and unwavering. He would need to be prepared to encounter more ghouls like the one from before. Furthermore, he would have to be ready to face the vampire that lurked in the city once and for all. With resolute air, he accepted the sword from her. My name's Alphonse, but everyone just calls me Al. One woman looked down at her now empty hand, and the corners of her lips quirked up slightly. She raised the edges of the skirt beneath her coat and gave him a respectful curtsy. My name is Rose. I imagine that our time will be brief, but I look forward to working with you nonetheless. Well, there you go. Alright, so what happened in chat? I'm just trying to read chat like in between these chapters at this point. I'm very high rank. Damn. It makes sense, so I haven't been playing Monster Rise, like, you know, consistently. So, makes sense. Like, I just got the high rank Vex. Last one I started playing was on PSP. I think it was third, probably Portable Third. Yeah. Which makes sense, because, I think Portable Third was actually based on Rise. Or rather, reverse that. Rise was based on Portable Third, Jesus. But yeah, no. It's cool to see, like, the origin so far, but man, who knows where this is gonna go. This is all fluff introduction on the first few chapters. I'm doing okay, though, Crux. I'm, just, IRL stuff going on, but I will say, Crux, 2 weeks from tomorrow, I'll be starting Cold Steel 4. I wanted to give, people the grace period, so just got to HR2, nice. But yeah, 2 weeks, so I guess ultimately it's gonna be late April, but 2 weeks from release is the plan for Cold Steel 4. I'll do chapter 3. Oh boy, this one's a real whopper. Hold on, let me drink some water, y'all. This one's gonna be a doozy. Hydrate, okay. I just closed it. It is what it is. Alright, so. Chapter 3, Foreboding. The next morning, Alphonse found himself in his commanding officer's garage office. Oh, actually, out of curiosity, has anybody not read this one or any of the books? I'm just wondering if anybody's like me where, like, you know, you don't read all the books. Although I guess once I'm finally gonna get caught up, I will, whoa, I don't mean to do that. I guess once I'm caught up, I probably will read all the books because I'm gonna need to do something. Oh man. The joys of not being caught up are about to end very soon. I can't believe it. Anyway. Himself in his commanding officer Garad's office. Although I didn't know they were solo in. Yeah, it's kind of nuts. This is like an actual book. Compared to like the usual like news articles and stuff I'd read. Well, for like, you know, Crossbell and all the games. Next morning, Alphonse found himself in his commanding officer Garad's office. It comes to request permission to independently investigate the vampire murders. Garad scratched his head before giving Alphonse a questioning look. His eyes filled with the kind of vitality one would expect from a much younger man. You want to pursue that case all on your own? Alphonse cleared his throat nervously. He was well aware that what he was asking was completely unreasonable. Not on my own. A civilian has agreed to help me conduct my investigation. The two of us will be working together. It sounded pretty weak to him, but Rose had been adamant that they keep the truth of the matter to themselves. It wouldn't be to the benefit of the society for the existence of vampires to become widely known, she had insisted. As such, try and arrange for us to be able to investigate the murders by ourselves, without interruption. Aside from a cool farewell for now, those had been the last words before disappearing into the night. Okay. What she said made sense. There was simply no way that Gerard would believe that vampires existed, even if it was his surrogate son trying to persuade him, after all. Despite seeing a ghoul with his very own eyes, part of Alphonse still wanted to believe that it had all been a dream. To compound the problem further, for reasons that Alphonse wasn't privy to, Rose seemed opposed to anything other than investigating the matter covertly. As such, her joining the team formed to officially investigate the murders was off the table. Her joining the team, got it. Alphonse is therefore left with no choice but to propose that the two of them investigate together in secret. Alphonse is not surprised, then, to see Gerard's less than willing expression. Listen, Al, as your guardian, I've got a responsibility to look after you. That's why I want to raise you to be a fine soldier. Why don't want you putting your life in danger for no good reason? No good reason. Alphonse flushed. He'd already been removed from the team investigating the murders, as well as taken off night patrol duty. Gerard was well aware of his fixation with the case, exactly why he was afraid that Alphonse might end up going too far in his attempts to solve it and get injured, or worse. Gerard, sir, I understand exactly what you're trying to say, and I appreciate your concern, but... Seeing Alphonse's determination, Gerard hesitated. The boy standing before him was calm with clear eyes. Where previously there had been recklessness, now purpose and resolve seemed to rule. After a lengthy silence, he let out a sigh of resignation. You really do take after your father. He smiled fondly, but quickly switched to his official commanding officer voice. I expect you to give your utmost to successfully solving the mystery behind these murders. However, I will approve of this mission only to the condition, on the condition that you report daily on the results of your investigation. Alphonse almost responded in his usual casual tone, but caught himself just in time. Coughed, cleared his throat, and stood to attention. Gerard chuckled. Just be sure not to pull yourself needlessly in danger, understood? If anything happens, inform me immediately. Yes, sir. Alphonse gave a deep bow, grateful for his guardian's kindness. Did I miss anything? Finished Trails, we definitely need to release a physical short story collection of all the books. That'd be quite a... oh my god. That'd be all the short stories. I can just imagine like a massive textbook. Just the one in CS4, I need to read this one in Cornelia. I read Gamberjack, and I guess I'm reading this one now. And I think I read another one, but I can't remember it. I think I read one in Crossbell. But Cornelia is the one that I should read, because I know that one, from what I understand, kind of has to do with Tola and Ein a little bit. I think I read it, but I didn't finish it. Like, it rings a bell. And I don't mean, like, the manga. Either way. See that everything went well. That is good news. Two of them were in the corner of the shopping district where the first victim of the vampire murders had been found. It was the middle of the day, but the alleyway in which they stood was gloomy and draped in shadows by the looming buildings that surrounded it. The second he had stepped into the narrow passageway, Rose had appeared out of nowhere, just like the previous day. Because the place where Alphonse had been attacked by the ghoul the previous night was currently under investigation by the Gerard team, they thought it best to steer clear of it for the rest of the day. As such, they had decided to examine the scene of an earlier murder instead. Unlike the previous night, Rose had neither her coat nor her sword with her. Instead, she wore a simple dress in the local style. Anyone seeing her for the first time wouldn't be able to tell that she was anything more than a perfectly ordinary girl. According to Rose, neither vampires nor ghouls were able to operate in daylight, thus battle-ready wear was unnecessary. Everyday clothing also had the benefit of allaying suspicion by blending in. She said it was fine logic in theory, but with Alphonse still garbed in his military uniform, they made for an unusual pairing. As such, Alphonse couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when he realized how few people were in the surrounding area. The scene of the first murder was still had a solemn air about it. Alphonse set about scouring the area, and as he mused over the case details involving the victim, a question came to mind. Thinking about it, I never heard about any of the earlier victims turning into ghouls. Is that because you've been defeating them? Rose shook her head. No. In previous cases, I was able to purify the bodies of, How do you pronounce this? Oh my god. Is it thaumaturgy? I don't know. Thaumaturgy? I quit. Before they turned into ghouls. I'd rather not harm the bodies of the deceased if I can help it. Thaumaturgy, as Rose explained it, was the collective name for special techniques used by a small number of people belonging to the Septian Church. The power of thaumaturgy was also apparently the reason why Rose's rapier and Alphonse's short sword were capable of defeating ghouls and vampires. Got it right, except it's a softie rather than a hard one. So, wait. Softie, so it's like... How much softer could it be? Thaumaturgy? I'm not sure. I guess, yeah. I guess that'd be how you do it. Fuck it. A Jake on this one? Oh, thaumaturgy. Okay. Okay. Or rather... I don't even know. Oh my lord. If it's like a J, so it'd be like... Somewhat fancy. Let me take some water, though. Because I need it. Also, just realizing it is kind of funny I'm using an Xbox One controller when it's like... I'm just losing left and right on the D-pad right now. Kind of makes it feel pointless. I mean, trauma and then... Urgy? Okay. I'll live with it. If I butcher it, at least it gets done. Sorry, y'all. I'm not getting paid for this. The reason why Rose's rapier Alphonse's short sound are capable of defeating ghouls and vampires. I'm like, is this gonna be on the test? Let's see. Apparently the reason why Rose's rapier and Alphonse's short sword are capable of defeating ghouls and vampires. Curious, Alphonse asked Rose if she was connected to the church, to which she responded, feel free to think of it that way. He itched to probe her more on the subject, but she began explaining the particulars about ghouls, so he let it drop. Since the murders had started, it seemed that the time it took for a corpse to turn into a ghoul was decreasing with every kill. Alphonse's encounter with the ghoul the previous night was the first occasion that she had been unable to purify the victim in time. As such, she had been left with no choice but to fight. Still, possibly was well within my expectations. It's not the first time it has happened. After all, when someone like yourself would appear and try to get involved certainly wasn't, however. Rose set up a giggle, causing Alphonse's ears to turn pink at the tips. Anyway, he said, crouching down to inspect the ground level. Have you managed to gather anything about the culprit from your previous investigations? Rose nodded. Judging by the bite marks left on the victims, I believe that the vampire is likely male. Furthermore, despite victims being found all across the city, the bite marks look the same as one another. That suggests the work of a single vampire. Beyond that, however... Rose fell silent. Something bothering you? Alphonse asked without thinking. Yes, actually. It may be possible that the vampire lurking in the city is... She stopped mid-sentence. Her gaze was focused on something behind Alphonse. Turning around, he saw a young man in a military uniform much like himself. It was someone he knew. Elroy, what are you doing here? I was about to ask you the same thing, the other man grumbled. Elroy was a fellow member of the Gerard team who had joined around the same time as Alphonse did. Had combined the two of them being roughly the same age, one might expect them to get along well. But in reality, they usually ended up arguing about everything. It'd been like that for almost as long as Alphonse had known him. I heard you formed a separate team to check up on the murders, but I had no idea that it was just a pretext to be meeting a woman during working hours. Elroy sneered. Alphonse stifled his annoyance. At least it seemed as if the other man hadn't overheard their earlier conversation. Clearing his throat, Alphonse said evenly. She's a civilian who's assassinating, no. She's a civilian who's assisting with my investigation, so knock it off. And you? What are you doing here? Nothing in particular. I just happen to be passing by. We gotta patrol a much wider area now thanks to all this vampire nonsense. Alphonse suddenly gave him a cold look. Watch what you're saying. People in this area have lost family and friends because of these murders. Elroy snorted and cast an uncaring glance at the spot where the first victim had been found. Ha! I mean, seriously. Vampire murders? We're supposed to be the Imperial Army, not a bunch of country bracers. Are we seriously considering the possibility that fairy tale creatures like that exist? And besides, what kind of idiot goes out at night when there's a serial killer on the loose? They were asking for it if you ask me. Nobody did. People need to stay in their damn homes and stop making more work for us. You son of a... Enraged by the sheer callousness of Elroy's words, Alphonse started towards him? Or tried to, rather. Strong, unyielding fingers held him by the arm, completely expressionless. Without so much as a glance to Elroy, Rose whispered, arguing with him serves no purpose. Time would be better spent investigating. She spoke calmly, but her words were sharp and dismissive. What she said was right, though, and hearing it was enough for Alphonse to cool his temper. Oh my god, sorry, the cutoffs are weird. As she said, they had more important things to be doing. He had sworn that he would solve these murders and put the past behind him. That needed to be his foremost priority. He took a deep breath to regain his composure. The reassuring weight of the silver sword hidden in his uniform, further reminded him of what he needed to do. Watching them, Elroy gave a bored, derisive laugh. Oh, and civilian helper, or whatever you are. Don't you go wandering around at night either. The last thing the army needs is more dead bodies to clear up. And with a mocking wave, he left them. Good lord. What a piece of work. Someone ever tested me on Trail's knowledge. I actually wonder how much I get right. I'll be honest, I got not a great memory except for some scenes. Oh, same for you, yeah. I don't remember... I try to remember a lot of the lore if I can, but man, it's a lot to take in on first playthrough. But that is why replaying, I can see why I'd imagine a lot of Trails fans replay these games over and over, because it's a lot to take in on the first go. I'd imagine that's pretty common, actually. So, let's see, most of it, but it can't be like, yeah, that's the NPC who showed up 3 seconds in Chapter 4. Yeah, at most, I try to remember the main plot and call it a day, because I barely remember the NPC names. Like, sweet Jesus. CS1, most of 3, big blur, except the start. And then, yeah, 2 was like the biggest blur for me, and that's more recent. This guy's pretty memorable, but I just played it, so yeah. Vaguely summarize FC, SC in the third. But that's fair. Hello, hi everyone. How are you doing? Oh, I'm doing good, up again. How you doing? I'm just reading Red Moon Rose. We're on chapter 3, I believe. But just a heads up, Jelpy. 2 weeks from the release of Cold Steel 4 tomorrow. 2 weeks from then is when I'm starting the playthrough. So I wanted to give people ample time to be ahead of me so I don't have to worry about getting spoiled. So just wanted to say that. That's the thing about CS2 is watching you play bits and still not being able to remember it. Like, Vex, I've forgotten some things already. At this point, all I remember is, like, okay, Divine Knights are being used way more for almost every end of an act. I remember the abduction of Elise and Alphen. I remember the intermission chapter. I don't even know. They go to random places, and then you go to the Imperial Villa, and then, like, the castle shows up, and then all the important shit with like Crow and like the Vermilion Knight show up. You know, it's like I remember like the start, middle, and the end. Like, God, it's a mess. God help me. I'm not even trying to joke with that, because it's like, it's this problem that I really had, and like slight tangent with CS2. It's this problem I have with Cold Steel 2 where like the fact that you fast travel so much makes me forget how we go from point A to point B in the story. Like, at least for me, that makes me forget way more like the order of the events, because the majority of the time I was fast traveling on that ship, like just doing some busy work, and then now randomly a story scene. I'm like, oh my lord. Maybe I'll appreciate it more on a second playthrough, but oh boy, it's a bit of a blur, I won't lie, except for like, you know, some of the highlights. The mold of CS1 and CS3, yeah. One of those. Yeah, CS1 and CS2 are gonna be like this amorphous blob, and then CS3 and 4, it's like, ah yes, structure is back, it seems. I can't speak for 4 yet. But cool. I like this one, to be honest. Oh, I like Cold Steel 1 too, although it's still not great. I just wish I liked the characters more. Like, I don't know. That's hard to say. It's like, I want to say Cold Steel 1 has like, or the Cold Steel games have like the least interesting members. If we're talking like main characters, I don't like Class 7 as much as the SSS or, you know, like the Sky group of characters. It's not even the same for me. So it's like I kind of went through the motions for Cold Steel 1 and 2, I'll be real. But Cold Steel 3, like Yuna, Altina, Ash, and like everybody else, like, oh, I'm back in. Like, the characters are what sell me on this series way more, you know? They have a neat world collection for original Class 7, don't really tap into them. Yeah, it's such a... It's such a shame. I feel like there's some missed potential there. But anyway, I'm gonna keep going, otherwise the stream's gonna be like over 4 hours, y'all. Let's see. After the inspection of the first crime scene, feel free to discuss, and I'll read the chat after I finish the chapter. After their inspection of the first crime scene, Alphonse and Rose spent the remainder of the day scrutinizing the scenes of the second and third murders. In the end, their search yielded no fruit. After reporting their progress to Gerard, he made his way to Allegria, where he had promised to meet Rose and discuss how they would proceed with their investigation. The city around him was bathed in an orange glow. The setting sun, when Alphonse finally stepped into the sparsely populated tavern, he found Rose sitting at a table near one of the windows. Once again, she was wearing the navy coat from their first meeting. It seemed safe to assume that the rapier she used that night was inside it too. Evening, she called out to him. Expecting you to be here sooner. Alphonse didn't reply. He was too busy staring at the girl sitting opposite her. What's wrong, Luca? Luca turned the sound of her name. Eyes so wide and moist that tears threatened to fall at any moment. Alfie, just what is this woman to you? What? Perplexed, he looked over in Rose's direction, as if seeking an explanation. Rose favored him with a bland expression. All I did was walk into this tavern and state, I would like an out-of-the-way table to discuss the future of Al. Oh my god, no. And she has been pressing me with endless questions ever since. She sighed and shrugged her shoulders as if she understood the situation no better than Alphonse did. Saying this, he let out an even greater sigh. Before Luca could launch into another interrogation, Alphonse set about explaining Rose's role as a civilian, civilian helper aiding an army investigation. My brain. After several reassurances, he was eventually able to clear up the misunderstanding. Luca's release seemed to fill her with renewed energy. Cheerfully, she bounced up from their table, made her way into the back of the tavern again. With her departure, she too left the gazes of the other curious and amused patrons. Rose and Alphonse bent to discuss their investigation. Vampires, Rose elaborated, were only able to use their powers at night. During the day, they were no different from ordinary humans. Unfortunately, this meant that even if they were to encounter one, neither of them would be able to tell. If they helped end the murders, they would first need to find some kind of clue as to the vampire's true identity. At one point during the conversation, Alphonse went pale at the thought that they might have to exhume, I believe, the corpses of previous victims in order to reinvestigate them, but Rose assured him that would not be necessary. To his great relief, she had already checked them thoroughly for clues. Even that gruesome task had yielded little more information than the similarities between the bite marks, though. Their vampire foe was a cunning one. The number of bodies and lack of clues all pointed towards a careful killer who more than likely was living right there among them as an ordinary human. After working their way through the simple meal that Luca brought them, Rose casually glanced over to the back of the tavern. "You seem rather close to that girl," she murmured. It took a few moments for Alphonse to realize who Rose was referring to. "Yeah, I suppose you could say that. I've known her for 10 years now, after all." He first met Luca when he was brought to Heimdall by Gerard. Initially, he had stayed in a house near the tavern. Being brought by it often, the two of them quickly became friends. As an orphan, Luca's support over the years meant more to him than words could express. Telling Rose all of this, Alphonse could feel his cheeks heating. He began fidgeting awkwardly. "I'm a little envious," Rose said. As she spoke, Alphonse noticed a change in her expression and tone. Usually she said things sharply, or with an air of cool detachment. Her face also rarely betrayed her inner thoughts. Now, though, he thought he'd caught a hint of loneliness. Unable to let this pass unnoticed, Alphonse opened his mouth to comment. Suddenly, Rose jumped out of her seat. Her chair fell to the ground with a crash. Once again, the two of them became the subject of a room full of gazes. But she paid that fact no mind and stared out. Of the window, her eyes opened wide. "What is it? What's wrong?" Alphonse whispered loudly. "It's nearby. I can sense it." What do you mean?" "The vampire," she hissed. I guess she's part cat. No sooner had she said it, she raced over to the tavern's owner, who was busy at the back of the building. Alphonse chased after her. He had never seen her in such a panicked state before. "Where's the young lady who was here earlier?" was asked the puzzled tavern owner. Didn't appear to have any idea who she was referring to. It was then that Alphonse realized that he didn't see Luca anywhere. Hadn't seen her since she brought them the food half an hour ago. After telling this to the owner, he finally seemed to realize what he was being asked. Now that he mentioned it, I would have expected her to be back by now. Asked her to run an errand over the grocery store opposite here. Alphonse and Rose exchanged a glance and instantly understood what the other was thinking. Overcome with a sense of great foreboding, the two of them rushed out of the shop without saying a word. Shoutouts to one more page for just a few more words. Let me see. Oh god, let me see. I can understand that. Felt like they kind of made the characters and didn't do them justice. Yeah, I felt like for how many they had, it's just like, it just felt like wasted potential. It felt like they... It's this problem where, like, I feel like if they combined two characters sometimes, it'd be, like, incredible. But they kind of had to split up character traits between, like, one or two characters, and it just seems really weird to me how, like, basic they can kind of be at times. If I'm gonna be blunt. Sometimes they're a little too one-note for my liking. Some of the members of Class 7. Which I guess you kind of have to do when you have such a large cast, but the problem with that is just make a smaller cast, please. That's why new Class 7 works so well. They're way more nuanced. They got way more layers to them. Did I like this one? Yeah. Except for the whole Elisa Reen and Machias Usus dynamic, yeah. Elisa Reen sucks in CS one. Especially the Elisa Reen bit too much. I still think they do it too much in Cold Steel 3. I still am not a fan of it. But I knew they were pushing them down as a canon. That's the thing, though, like, Jelpy, it's like, even if I would have hated it, even if I don't like Elisa as much as, like, you know, some of the other members, I'd still, like, tolerate it if it was at least canon, but it's not. The fact that it's in quotations is a problem. Following him after a week. As a girl, I got annoyed. Yeah, I don't blame you, that's the thing, like, I'd rather have the relationship be, like, more natural. That's why I love Estelle and Joshua. Like, that feels like I had the right amount of build-up, and it was focused on the whole way through. It's the whole point of SC, like, you know, is, like, trying to get Joshua back because she cares about him so much, you know? Like, that feels way more natural, and I was way more invested in the relationship to want to play SC immediately, you know? Really couldn't let the relationship go normally. Yeah, pretty much. Reviews I played, the one where the romance felt most natural was Sky FC and Final Fantasy 9. I could see that, yeah. I haven't played 9, but I've heard it gets pretty good. Slowly develops. At 10, I felt Tidus and Yuna felt a bit forced. I can see that, yeah. One more page for Sentence is a classic. I like both classes, and I feel like they made the old class of characters, didn't build them like they should have been. Yeah, like, I don't dislike, you know, old Class 7. It's just, my god, it's not even the same amount of quality, in my opinion. Anyway, let me take some more water. Oh, this one's actually a merciful 19 pages, you guys. Mercy. Alright, so it seems like they have some sort of a... You know, I was trying to avoid that word, but it's like... It seems like they got some sort of trail or lead, but let me not say trail, because then the jokes just write themselves, I guess. Finally, trails of vampire. Anyway, two people ran through the streets of Heimdall. On cobblestones dewed with moonlight, in the lead was Rose, her navy blue coat flapping in the wind, or flapping rather. Don't want people to misunderstand what I was trying to say, as I go too fast. Like wings of a hawk as she pursued their foe, just behind her, and shocked by her speed. Vampire games, please, yes. Let me see. Just behind her and shocked by her speed was Alphonse, head whipping left and right as he searched for Luca. There had been no sign of her on the short path between the tavern and grocery store where she had apparently been sent. Average RPG would be did, or I was gonna say like would be like Komodo. Is it Komodo Hype or PogChamp? I can't even tell which one like people like right now, because I guess it's still the same for either or. Anyway, let's see. There had been no sign of her on the short path between the tavern and the grocery store. She had apparently been sent. When Rose had sensed the ominous presence of the vampires at the tavern, she immediately set about following it. Alphonse didn't know what kind of trail she had picked up, but she flew down the streets and narrow paths down without hesitation, as if following a puppet's strings back to its master. To find his friend, they now followed the vampire. Stirred by that terrible certainty, the two were connected. I'm sorry, I'm not going to scream. I need to use my voice tomorrow, or who knows when, so I'm sorry, I will refrain from this one. Sudden piercing shriek filled the air. And I say this as someone who had to, do musicals and plays, and at some point did have to scream like a little girl on stage. Trust me, I could do it, but I choose not to. That piercing shriek filled the air. Probably sound bad on the mic. Setting a chill up Alphonse's spine and freezing him to the spot, with no mistaking its owner, was Luca's voice. Luca, Alphonse cries, where are you? Sent us coming this way, Rose called. There's the princess? No. Did not have to dress. I'm sorry, I don't have the insanely amazing body that Joshua has where the man's built for unisex. I don't know how else to put it. Like, you can just do it all. It's insane. Before rushing down a narrow alleyway, Alphonse followed, stumbling over his own feet in his desperate attempt to keep up with her. He could barely breathe from running so much. He ignored the tightness in his chest and sped on, picking aside boxes and garbage piled here and there on the path. He eventually reached the other side of the alleyway and emerged into a neighboring street. In it stood someone or something that was draped in a black overcoat, the upper half of its head wrapped in a large cloth. Not even its eyes were visible. The only part of the body that remained uncovered was the bottom half of its face, a deathly pale expanse of flesh with a twisted smile at its center. At first glance, it almost seemed human. Alphonse was not fooled. This is it, he thought. This is the vampire. It was then that he realized the black-clad figure was holding something in its arms. Luca. Just as that realization hit, vampires, Rictus? I've never heard that word before. Rictus of a grin yawned wide as it opened its jaws. Alphonse caught a fleeting glimpse of a beast-like fangs, too long, too sharp to be human. Seeing them, Alphonse instantly recalled the bite marks on the murder victims' necks. As he watched, horrified, those needle-like teeth descended towards Luca's throat. Rose was the first to act, in a movement so fast he could barely track it. She withdrew several thin objects from the inside of her cloak and threw them at the Empire. Vampire! Oh, my brain. Stop doing that. Alphonse remembered her showing him them as part of her vampire hunting kit. The knives flashed in the moonlight as they sped towards its creature. The creature. As it was about to sink its fangs into Luca, the vampire turned towards them, dodging the knives just in time. Luca fell to the ground and the vampire jumped high into the air, descending just behind Alphonse. It happened so fast that Alphonse was still staring at the spot the vampire had been when it landed silently behind him. creature that was terrorizing Heimdall, the murder of countless women, the thing that had attacked Luca. So close. Anger overrode fear. Alphonse clasped the hilt of his military saber and drew it. He spun around, slashing horizontally across the vampire's chest. The blade made contact. The vampire laughed. Alphonse watched transfixed as the wound on the creature's chest healed. The next instant, the vampire punched its right fist out towards the pit of Alphonse's stomach at incredible speed. Ah! The impact was so great that it forced him back, expelling all of the air from his lungs. And while he was able to protect his vital organs, he had still suffered the full brunt of the blow. He doubled in agony. "Get down!" Rose cried out from behind him. With no choice but to obey her as best he could, he let himself fall limply to the ground. As he did, the stir of air from Rose's lightning-fast rapier thrust ruffled his hair as it passed. The vampire didn't laugh this time. Very important. Perhaps sensing danger from the rapier's silver radiance, threw up its left arm in defense. The blade pierced flesh. Rose followed through with her strike. Skewering the limb right through to the other side, the tip stopped just before reaching the creature's chest. White smoke poured from the wound. Unlike Alphonse's early attack, it seemed Rose's had actually been able to damage it. Rose tried to move the sword, but it was stuck fast. The vampire smiled again. So you must be the vampire hunter responsible for sealing those ghouls. Let me see. Okay, I was wondering who was talking. She ignored him and tried the sword again. I'd heard that many of my brethren had fallen at the hands of a vampire hunter, continued in a low, sibilant voice. But I surely did not expect the hunter in question to be a mere girl. Rose gave a derisive laugh. Brethren, I think you will find that word is meant for humans, not beasts like your kind. Vampire hissed and she bared her teeth, at it as they both fought for control of the sword. Rose tried to push forward, urging the blade on while the vampire kept the muscles in its forearms as rigid as steel to thwart her movement. Finally! Trails of rigid steel. Still lying on the ground, Alphonse gathered just enough strength to begin crawling his way into Luca's side. When he reached her, Quick check lessened the mad pounding of his heart. He was unconscious but otherwise unharmed. Relief washed over him. Rose's voice brought Alphonse back to the situation at hand. She and the vampire were still locked together, each refusing to yield. Wait, who is talking here? Oh. If I were to stay here like this until morning, your power would be sure to weaken significantly. Be happy to spend the night with you until then, if you wish. He suggested to it. And an unsettling sound somewhere between a snort and a laugh. Afraid I will have to refuse your kind proposal, my beautiful lady. Not least because thanks to you and your pitiful human friend, my evening meal has been rather spoiled. As it uttered those words, the vampire's outline began to blur. Alphonse blinked rapidly, trying to clear his vision. There was no trick of the shadows. The creature's form was dissipating into a fine black mist. Though its mouth was disappearing like the rest of it, its voice somehow carried on. Should either of you ever seek to disturb my dinner again, I hope you're prepared for the consequences. Ah yes, the real-life consequences. And it was gone. Sound slowed gradually. Alphonse got used to pain in his chest from the vampire's blow. He counted it good fortune that he'd only lost his breath and not broken any bones. A final steadying wheeze. He hoisted the unconscious Luca on his back and rose slowly to his feet. I guess it's not the end of our vampire then, he said unhappily. Rose was inspecting her sword for damage. Finding none, she returned it to its sheath. Turning their body to mist is one of the many abilities vampires have. Ah yes, I played Symphony of the Night. It escaped from us this time, but I expect that it will take some days for its left arm to heal. At the very least, I think it's safe to assume that no one else will be attacked tonight. It's like vampires are unbelievable foes to be up against. That's a relief though, at least. Still, he added, pretty unbelievable yourself. Rose shook her head. Their loss obviously, rankled her. Next time, she said with steel in her voice. It won't get away. I'm gonna find some stronger equipment, and we'll finish it for good. Yes, she plays JRPGs. She knows. Alphonse nodded. Next time they would have it. They might not have been able to defeat the vampire, but at the very least they had earned a short respite from danger, having saved Luca, prevented another murder from occurring. Without Rose's assistance, none of it would have been possible. Thank you, Rose. If you hadn't been here, she cut him off with a dismissive wave of the hand. There's no reason to thank me. I was simply doing my duty. Projected Alphonse held silent. But these murders are not over yet. We'll need to discover the true identity of the vampire for that to happen. Yeah, he said at length. You're right. Either way, we should go and investigate another crime scene. Tomorrow, like we discussed earlier? Indeed. Farewell for now. With that, she left. She didn't even wait for Alphonse's response. The fact that left him feeling even more downhearted, considering all that they had been through that night. Afterwards, Alphonse took Luca to her home. As he walked, she finally woke up, finding herself on his back. She flushed and stammered her way through his questions. She remembered nothing of what had happened to her, it seemed. Unable to tell her the truth, Alphonse simply said that he had found her collapsed outside. It was probably just fatigue from work, he told her. Thankfully, she seemed convinced, all the while as he tried to feign cheerfulness to put her at ease. His mind was still focused on the on the battle earlier. He hadn't stood a chance against a vampire. He had even forgotten the silver short sword that Rose had given him. In the heat of battle, he had simply fallen back on his military training and used his saber. For all the good that had done... for all the good that had done. While he had at least been able to avoid getting in Rose's way, he felt ashamed as an Imperial soldier. Next time, he swore to himself, he would not let her down. He would help her bring an end to the murders once and for all. As Alphonse hardened his resolve that night, Rose navigated the dark streets alone, her mind fixated on the past. The sight of Alphonse on the ground after being struck by the vampire, the images of his friend who had almost lost her life. The images of his friend who had almost lost her life and been turned into a ghoul. The vision of that one cursed memory she desperately sought to forget. Am I on the verge of making the same mistake a second time? She wondered out loud. She stopped in her tracks, brow furrowed and expression meek. I looked up to where the crimson moon hung like a great malevolent eye in the sky. Very fancy, very dramatic. But alright. Chapter 5, we're getting there, guys. We're almost halfway? I don't know. We're like halfway of halfway there. God, barely makes any sense. Your consequences have actions, yes. Let me see, did I say anything? Respect the king who's flexible in his looks, absolutely. Man's built for unisex is the best description of Josh I've ever heard. Rictus just means grin. Okay. Good to know. Let's see. I don't even know where Rictus is another word for grin. Learn something every day. Pretty much, yeah, I'm probably gonna learn a lot of words in this session, no doubt. Exciting Saga sequel. Alright. Oh god, this one's 28. This one's 26. Getting up there. Action sequences have conses, yes. What's up, Rondrix? Rondrix, by the way, 2 weeks. Cold Steel 4 is happening 2 weeks after tomorrow. I'm letting other people who are getting it day one, or I guess day one as far as PC goes, I'm letting them have a buffer to not be worried about spoilers. So 2 weeks, in about 2 weeks, late April, we're starting. I'm looking forward to it. Culprit behind the vampire murders, you say? Oh wait, this is chapter 5, Farewell. Which is hilarious considering we have like several more chapters after this. Let's see. Culprit behind the vampires murders, you say? Gerard peered at the sketch, brows drawn down. The morning after Alphonse and Rose had fought the vampire, he had made sure to report the fact that fact to Gerard. The sketch Gerard was studying had been outlined based on Alphonse's testimony. It depicted a figure dressed all in black with the upper face obscured. The portrait showed everything Alphonse could recall of the vampire's distinguishing features, and he hoped that it would be helpful to the army's investigations. Naturally, he had left out how the suspect was actually a vampire and capable of turning itself into black smoke on a whim. Ugh. Having his commanding officer think him crazy would help no one. The purpose of the sketch was simply to help people watch out for the culprit, not to try and convince him of its true nature after all. He did wish he could tell them the complete truth, if only to better prepare themselves for a potential encounter against the monster, and help them more effectively hunt it. But he knew better than anyone that no ordinary human would be able to stand up to it. He had learned that much firsthand the previous night. Trying to fight the vampire would only lead to unnecessary fatalities. Organizing large teams to try and exterminate it could even lead to it hiding itself away, or worse, fleeing the capital and going elsewhere. As such, the best chance to defeat it once and for all seemed to lie with Rose. Gerard straightened and fixed Alphonse with a concerned eye. Anyway, Al, I'm just glad that you and Luca are both alright. He let out a relieved sigh, as if that genuinely was the most important thing to him. The description and portrait of the black-clad man would be used to encourage people to be more vigilant and watch out for the culprit. If the number of people going out at night were to decrease, the number of murders would likely decrease too. Aurora tried to convince Alphonse for the rest of the day, not least because he had been injured the previous night, but Alphonse had no intention of listening. He and Rose had already decided to meet up and investigate further, he insisted. Aurora's brows descended once again at that. His parting words as Alphonse left his office were simply, "Just don't do anything to put yourself in unnecessary danger, alright?" While he was usually strict as a superior, it was obvious that he genuinely cared for him like a real son, a fact that Alphonse couldn't possibly be any more grateful for. Feeling newly motivated, he quietly muttered to himself, "I will stop these murderers," as he walked towards the exit of the guardhouse. Just before he could set off for his meeting with Rose, however, he encountered his fellow soldier, Elroy. Other man looked as glum as ever. Judging by his appearance, he had just finished this morning's training. Beads of sweat ran down his face, and his hair was matted to his forehead. Despite this, he didn't seem the slightest out of breath. Elroy had always been that way, though he never seemed to train more than Alphonse and the other team members. He always seemed significantly stronger and more capable than any of them. He was well aware of this fact, too, and seemed to have developed a sense of superiority because of it. Looking down his nose at the other was Elroy's signature move. They seemed no different. He turned to Alphonse with a mocking smile on his face. "So you ran into the culprit behind those so-called vampire murders, did you?" "Yeah, I did." Elroy gave a contemptuous snort. "Well, you're useless then, aren't you? Why didn't you catch him? This would have all been over if you had." As usual, Elroy wasted no time trying to pick a fight with Alphonse, but this time he had no comeback. Elroy was right. If he hadn't been so weak, he would have been able to defeat the vampire, stop the murders the previous night. Seeing Alphonse's reaction to his provocation, Elroy folded his arms triumphantly. "The commander might favor you, but I think it's about time you stopped letting that get to your head, and learned your place." Alphonse was about to retort when he noticed something. Elroy's left arm was wrapped tightly in several layers of bandages. "What happened to your arm?" Alphonse pointed out the bandages with his finger, and for a brief moment, Elroy seemed unsure how to respond. It's nothing really. I just heard it in training earlier." Spots of blood peeked through the bandages, making it clear that it was a recent injury. At the very least, Alphonse looked at the damage with concern. This is why I can't stand you," probably thrown off by his teammates' worry. Elroy gave an audible tut before walking away, leaving a slightly embarrassed Alphonse behind. While they were hardly on the best terms, Alphonse didn't bear any particular grudge against Elroy. It was clear that the same couldn't be said for the other man, but Alphonse had no idea what he had against him. Letting out a sigh, he returned his thoughts to the investigation at hand. Now wasn't the time to be thinking about Elroy. He had to focus. With a shake on the head, he opened the guardhouse door and set out to meet Rose. They decided to continue their search where they left off, so it was at the scene of the fourth murder that Alphonse met Rose. Despite scouring the area as thoroughly as they could, however, they found nothing that would help them identify the criminal. Eventually, Rose stopped to think for a while, before proposing that they make their way to the street where they had encountered the vampire the previous night and search the scene there. Alphonse agreed. It seemed like a completely different place during the day. The still quiet that had marked the night had been replaced with cheerful chatter, and the bustling of people examining the wares at the street stalls. Since the murders were known to happen at night, people seemed happy to go about their ordinary lives during the day without a worry in the world. Taking care to avoid standing out too much, they walked side by side around the street looking for potential leads. "It's hard to believe that we fought a vampire here last night." Rose's lips curled up slightly. "Most would find it difficult enough to believe that vampires exist to begin with. Suppose that makes the existence of people like me... Suppose that makes the existence of people like me who live to hunt those vampires more unbelievable still." Was that meant as a joke? Alphonse wondered. Unsure how to respond, he elected to remain silent, unfazed. Rose set about analyzing the previous night's events. "The scent given off by that vampire was the same as the one I sensed from all the victims. At the very least, it seems beyond a doubt that the vampire is the killer we've been searching for." "His scent?" Alphonse asked. Before recalling that Rose had mentioned something similar earlier, they were trying to pursue the vampire the previous night. "So if we follow that scent, we can find out who the vampire is?" Rose shook her head. "I'm afraid not. As I said before, vampires are only capable of using their powers at night. During the day, they're no different from than ordinary humans, and accordingly, the scent that gives them away as being vampire vanishes as well." Man, that's some shit. How convenient to make it more difficult. They both knew that, ideally, the best way to defeat the vampire would be to strike during the day while it was unable to activate its powers. But without any clues as to the vampire's identity, didn't have any chance of doing so. Realizing anew just how difficult the work of a vampire hunter must be, Alphonse admired Rose all the more for being able to cope with it. Nonetheless, we made contact with the vampire yesterday. I believe that's a big step forward for this investigation. After all, the more fierce the battle, the greater the chance that one of the participants may leave behind some incriminating evidence. There's always a possibility that she might have seen something too. Alphonse assumed that she was referring to Luca. Oh, my bad. I was getting mixed up thinking like, okay, is it Alphonse talking or is it Rose sometimes? She's referring to Luca. He made to reply. Rose is no longer alongside him. Turning around, he realized that she had stopped at her tracks, some distance behind. Her face was as expressionless as ever, but her eyes were cast downwards, almost as if she was regretting something. What's wrong? That's nothing, she said briskly and moved on. We should continue our search. Set about combing the streets for any remnants of their battle. At one point, Rose suggested that they split up to cover a wider area, but even after doing so and reconvening to discuss their findings, or lack thereof, they found themselves no closer to pinpointing the vampire's true identity than they were the previous day. The hour had grown late, and the sun was beginning its slow descent in the sky. The warm glow of its fading rays deepened the red hue of the bricks even as the shadows cast by their sturdy walls lengthened. Alphonse ground his teeth in frustration. All this searching and not a single result. Damn it. Rose had said the vampire's power had been increasing over time. Previous night's battle had shown that she was capable of competing with it for now. It was a fact that had allowed them to save Luca, but there was no guarantee that would always be the case if it continued to claim more victims and grow stronger. Seeing Alphonse's vexation over the lack of progress, Rose spoke. Nothing will come from being too hasty. We each have our tasks. All we need to do is complete them. He nodded, knowing full well that she was right, but it was hard not to feel bitter about their lack of headway all the same. As he needed to go and report the results of the day's investigation to Gerard, they agreed to part ways for the time being. Alphonse proposed that they meet again at the tavern, like they had the previous day, but Rose refused his offer. I'm afraid I have business I must attend to with the church. Oh, okay. I was really hoping we'd be able to patrol and keep an eye out for the vampire again, though, since you're the only one who could sense its presence. Considering what has happened the previous night, and increasing occurrence of the murders, making vigilance for the vampire was of the utmost priority. Or at least, that was Alphonse's thought on the matter. Rose didn't react to the disappointment in his trailing words. Instead, she merely replied that she'd watch out for it, alone before excusing herself with a solid farewell. There was a pause in which it seemed as if she wanted to say something else. Then she curtsied deeply, and disappeared from his sight. Alphonse watching her go with an uneasy feeling in his gut. Something seemed off about her behavior. Unable to work out what it was, however, he was left with no choice but to watch her walk away into the distance. That night, Alphonse made his way to the tavern after giving his report to Gerard. Rose may have refused his offer to meet there, but he still wanted to look in on Luca, after what had happened to her the previous day. Oh, hello, Alfie. Luca was quick to spot him. She showed him to a seat at the empty counter. After squaring his earlier bill from the dinner with Rose with the tavern owner, Luca excitedly came over to take his order. Seeing her smile and chatter as energetically as ever, Alphonse felt relieved. He had been expecting and fearing a more subdued demeanor from her. Watching her, he couldn't help but think how close she had come to losing her life, and for a pathetic reason like feeding a vampire. Just the thought made his blood boil. Alfie? Are you okay? Her nervous question made him realize that his... Oh wait, sorry. That was her talking. I went thinking it was Alphonse again. Alfie, you okay? Nervous question made him realize that his anger must be showing in his expression. Quickly put on an awkward smile and set about eating to avoid having to explain anything. After a few bites, he felt himself calming down and gave her a more genuine smile. I'm fine, honestly. Never mind me. You haven't managed to recall anything about what happened last night, have you? Shook her head. Sorry, I wish I could, but I can't remember a thing. I hadn't really expected her to, but he was still slightly disappointed to not be able to gather any new information. Rose had speculated that the shock of seeing the vampire had caused her to subconsciously block out any memory of what had happened. As such, it didn't seem particularly likely that she would be able to help them find out the identity of the vampire, either. He sighed. Luca, meanwhile, was desperately trying to remember something, anything that would allow her to be of service to him. After mulling over it for a time, she suddenly let out an "ah" sound. It doesn't directly relate to what happened yesterday, but that person you know was here earlier, on her own too. Alphonse was momentarily puzzled. What do you mean? You know, Luca prompted with a switch of her hair. The girl you were with yesterday. Something dawned on him who Luca was referring to. But Rose had specifically told him that she wouldn't be coming to the tavern today because she had business with the church. A troubled feeling began to build in the pit of his stomach. Anyway, she just came and asked me a few things about yesterday. Couldn't remember anything when she asked either. But eventually she seemed satisfied and just said farewell and left. Farewell. The moment Alphonse heard those words, it dawned on him. Every time he parted ways with Rose, she always left with farewell for now. Oh boy, but not today. When they separated earlier, she had instead simply said farewell. He had thought something seemed off about her at the time, and it was then that he realized that was the reason. After that, she must have come to the tavern when where she was able to discover something from Luca. But if that were the case, what would she try to do next? Alphonse fairly jumped out of his seat. Half of the food still left on his plate, and dumped enough mirror to pay for the meal hurriedly onto the table. Al? Luca goggled at him. Just keep the change. The second feeling of great foreboding in 2 days. First had been downright deadly. He rushed out of the tavern as fast as his legs would carry him onto the streets of Heimdall. The sun had long since set, and the deeply shadowed streets welcomed him into their murky depths. Oh god. We're almost halfway. This is like Trail Tsukihime. I don't even know. I sometimes wonder with, like, the news of the Tsukihime remake, like, only having a few routes, I'm like, is the old version still worth it or not? I don't know. I guess it might be, but man, I don't know how they do visual novels nowadays. Would they do like DLC or something for like the other routes, or just not bother? Super comfy right now. Almost practically falling asleep. No worries. If you do fall asleep, Trion, the VOD will be there later. Second disc, the other routes, like when they ported Fate Stay Night to PS2. Ah, okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar, so it's like I would not know. Alright. Chapter 6, Bloodstained Rose. The city of Heimdall was deathly silent. During the day, word had been spread throughout the populace from the Gerard team regarding the culprit behind the vampire murders. Knowing specific details about the perpetrator instilled an even greater sense of fear into the people of the city, making them even more wary of stepping out of their homes at night. That the streets would be empty was an inevitability, and yet on one dark avenue in the city, a petite woman walked alone, as if to defy all of that. She wore a plain, undecorated dress, from all appearances belonged to the middle class. To middle classes. She walked quite quickly, sound of her shoes against the ground echoing loudly in the empty streets. Her arms were wrapped tightly around her chest, almost as if embracing herself. And she was hunched forward. Clearly afraid of something, of course. It was perfectly natural for her to be afraid, considering that the majority of the victims of the city's serial murder were young women like herself. She looked around restlessly. Sorry. Almost said relentlessly. That's only Crow. Only Crow can say that. Carefully surveying her surroundings for signs of danger before disappearing down a dark alleyway. The faint moonlight illuminated her profile as she turned the corner, cast a long shadow behind her, which slowly and silently began to enlarge. Gradually, the silhouette extended upwards, the inky depths taking the shape of a man. It loomed behind her. The figure was swathed all in black, the top half of its face covered. The bottom half remained exposed, revealing a wicked grin and sharp-pointed fangs. It was a vampire, a creature of legend. It stood silently behind the woman, very much real despite its supposed mythological standing. From the sable folds of the cloak swaddling its body, it slowly extended a pale hand. Fingers stretched forward. Sharp-pointed nails gently swept aside the woman's shoulder-length blonde hair. The tips brushed the back of her neck, almost caressingly. The second they did, though, it seemed to sense that something was wrong. Its prey was behaving oddly. It hadn't expected the frail creature before it to put up the slightest resistance. She should have frozen at its touch, or given in to despair, having no choice but to succumb to the inevitable and have her blood drained. What it felt from her instead, however, was defiance and danger. This woman was no prey. Hunter had met hunter. The creature tensed, ready to leap backwards. too late. He realized another threat radiated from directly beside it. There was no avoiding it. The sound of caving stones crackling resounded in the still night, and its outstretched right arm was suddenly shredded by numerous sharp objects. The vampire let out an involuntary hiss of pain as a wave of silver blades arced through the air and flesh one. I think it was arced. Yeah, through air and flesh, one after another. The attack wasn't over. The vampire sensed danger from below too. The blades which impaled into the ground suddenly arced upwards with alarming speed, as if retracting their path through the air. Just as the blades were about to sever its right arm from its body once and for all. Yeah, was able to jump out of their way. Clutching its mangled limb, the vampire edged further back to put distance between itself and the woman. It watched balefully with narrowed eyes as the razor-sharp segments that had pierced its sword back over to the bladeless handle in the woman's hand. When she had drawn it, it didn't know. Connected by sturdy steel wires, the segments interlocked one by one, eventually forming a complete blade known as the Templar sword. Oh shit, okay. I was wondering if that was like a weapon back in the day, but I guess it is. She swung it, shaking the blood from its surface. Every last trace of the weakness she had shown earlier when hurrying through the night was gone. That is kind of weird though, now I think about it. We haven't seen that weapon since, Reese was like the only one that ever had that, right, so far? Out of like playable characters? I'm trying to think of if anybody else had that. She turned around finally, revealing the dignified, expressionless face that had lain on the other side of the sleek, blonde curtain of hair. It was Vampire Rose. Vampire Hunter Rose, rather. So you were trying to lure me out, were you? Vampire sneered. Such cunning. Its words were sharp, but the delivery fell somewhat tremendously, or what? Tremulously, sorry, on the rough cobblestones of the empty alley. You flatter me, Rose said. Her Templar sword still raised in her right hand. She put her left hand into the pocket and pulled out an unbelievably large caliber pistol, greater in size than those used in the army. She aimed it at the vampire's forehead and pulled the trigger without a moment's hesitation. The gunpowder flash illuminated the alleyway briefly. A single blessed silver bullet flew through the muzzle, from the muzzle, with merciless intent. Such was the force of discharge that an ordinary person's shoulder would have been dislocated, but Rose didn't do so much as twitch. The vampire moved with liquid speed, dodging the projectile just in time and slipping behind Rose, not the slightest perturbed by its change in direction. Rose moved as well and kept the pistol focused on the creature, tracking the vampire's every movement. You're quite adept at fleeing, if nothing else, he said coolly. Would you prefer if I did something like this, then? The vampire asked as it spoke. Fluttered the black garments it was draped in, and they began to expand, the fold stretching to impossible size before her eyes. Pitiful moans echoed in the dark depths. Rose watched with narrow-eyed as a number of ghouls crawled out from within, as if emerging from thin air. 5, 6, 7. Eventually, she counted 10 at all. It had even been 24 hours since her previous battle. The vampire couldn't possibly have attacked that many people in that time. Rose's mouth tightened. I see. And here we believe the reported murders to be the only victims. That wasn't the case at all. You're abducting others who had no living relatives to notice that they were gone, keeping them locked up somewhere, weren't you? Precisely. Vampire hunter on the loose, I had to make sure I had some food on reserve. I'd rather not run the risk of going hungry, you see. The very thought makes me feel physically ill, Rose replied quietly. Vicious yank, she tore the dress she had worn as a disguise from her body. Underneath it, sturdy leather clothes designed with mobility in mind were revealed. Attached to them were numerous belts holding large guns, knives, and other anti-vampire weaponry in place. It was clear at a glance that she was well prepared for battle. The sight of Rose's arsenal coaxed a sickly smile from the vampire. Go forth, my minions. With a wave of its pallid hand, the ghouls leaped forward. Where are you, Rose? Alphonse shouted between pants as he ran back and forth across the city, desperately searching for her. Try as he might, though, he could find no sign of the blonde woman. Even his fellow soldiers patrolling the streets had seen nothing. Alphonse had a very specific reason for pursuing this case. He didn't intend to lose this opportunity to put the past behind him. That was what led him to propose that he and Rose work together, a proposal which she had accepted, and yet despite all of that, she was trying to fight the vampire all on her own. It was too risky even for her. Sorry. His mind was full of worry for her, and that fear conjured forth the image of his parents' dead bodies. Never again. He never wanted to see a sight like that again. Wishing over and over again that Rose was still alright, he raced on. And it was then that he heard a sound that caught his attention. the clash of battle. As soon as the noise reached his ears, he quickly surveyed his surroundings. The source seemed to be an alleyway nearby. Without a thought spared for his own safety, he charged into the alleyway. There, an unbelievable sight met his eyes. Two ghouls lunged at her. Sheathing her Templar sword into its scabbard, Rose drew a second large pistol in its place. The ghouls swung their fists and ragged nails towards her with unhuman power, but she dodged them gracefully. She spun out of their range, she aimed one pistol at each ghoul's forehead, pulled the trigger simultaneously. Flesh and bone were obliterated instantly. The sheer force of the blast sent the mangled remains somersaulting backwards through the air. I'm just imagining really cursed ragdoll physics right now. The move left Rose slightly unbalanced, and as if to take advantage of that, 3 more ghouls flew at her from outside her field of vision. The mere sound of their movement was enough to alert her, however, and without even turning to face them, she sent 2 more bullets through the heads of the 2 ghouls charging her from the sides. The 3rd ghoul's mouth distant, seeking to crush Rose's skull with its teeth, but she danced out of reach, holstering the pistols. Fluidly, she then flipped back through the air, drawing her Templar sword at the same time and slicing the lower half of the ghoul's body from the upper half in one swift stroke. She ended gracefully and kicked the ghoul she had just cut in half out of the way without even waiting for its body to hit the ground. 2 more ghouls approached from the fringes, but without waiting for them to draw closer this time, she swung her blade horizontally through the air. It split into pieces. The countless segmented parts pierced the ghouls' necks. Their heads dropped to the ground like fruit falling from a tree. 7 of the ghouls incapacitated in what seemed like an instant. Rose turned her attention to the defiantly grinning vampire and the remaining 3 ghouls with him. She drew the 2 pistols from around her waist a second time and sprinted towards them. Showering them with the remaining loaded bullets, the vampire evaded the projectiles by using the remaining ghouls as shields. Out of bullets, Rose drew a Templar sword and swung it in the direction of the vampire's neck in one fluid motion, seeking to decapitate it. The next instant, the high-pitched screech of a metal against metal filled the air. The vampire had drawn its own weapon from inside the black garments. It met Rose's blade in midair, 2 swords locked against one another, filling the air with sparks, leaving them in a stalemate reminiscent of the previous night's battle. I'm impressed at how unfazed you seemed fighting against those ghouls, the vampire said, teeth bared but with a slight curl to its lips. I would have expected a human to at least hesitate when being forced to fight their own kind. They ceased to be my kind the moment you drank their blood. They're nothing but soulless puppets now. Why should I hesitate against them? Creature inclined its head almost respectfully at that. Heh, you certainly think like a vampire hunter. Also, let me see, so that's confirming that she is, in fact. Let's see. Okay. So I guess confirm that she is a vampire to begin with. I was wondering when that was going to come into play. Creature inclined its head almost respectfully at that. Heh, you certainly think like a vampire hunter? The sound of metal against metal continued to reverberate through the area. Drinking the blood of the ghouls had allowed the vampire to become even stronger than the previous night. Its once crippled right arm had already healed, regained its original form. Even so, Rose met it without any sign of strain, strength matching that of the fell creature before her. I'm assuming it's a vampire screaming. Juiced up. Loud war cry split the air, startling both combatants. The 3rd figure suddenly burst onto the scene. The 3rd figure was dressed in an army uniform and brandished a silver sword. A silver sword. It was Alphonse, catching the vampire off guard. He slashed at its side, having no experience with the weapon itself. It was a shallow attack and the damage it dealt far from lethal, but it was enough to break the stalemate. In the opening, Rose forcefully knocked the vampire's sword out of the way and in one flowing motion slashed horizontally from its exposed chest. Exposed chest on... Is that a typo? Exposed chest on its left arm, I guess. That's a typo. Crimson gout of blood arced from the wound. Splashing the cobblestones, something also sheared off from within the vampire's garments and flew into the air. The vampire clutched its chest in pain, but it was clear that her attack had only grazed it. It seemed that, once again, the creature's preternatural speed had saved it from mortal injury. Eyes darting from one to the other, backed away with an audible tisk. Looks like the odds are stacked against me. I'll retreat for today, it said. Its outline growing dim before it turned to mist and vanished into nothingness. After a moment of heavy silence, Alphonse sheathed his sword, staring at the spot where the vampire had previously been. Got away again. Upon looking at him, Rose let out a sigh of disbelief. Why did you come? Hearing the coldness in her voice, Alphonse lost his composure. He seized her shoulders in his hands. Of course I came, he yelled. What were you thinking trying to fight him on your own? It's too dangerous to take him out without your help. Take him on without help. His her cool blue eyes locked with his. Dangerous? For me? Do you honestly believe that? She asked. Her face was as mask-like as ever, but her tone had dropped from chilly to downright glacial. It had a cooling effect on Alphonse's anger. He took a half step back and looked at her from top to bottom. Illuminated by the light of the moon, he could see that she was covered in gore. He released her shoulders and stared down at his own hands. They too were now wet with blood from touching her. And yet there was not so much as a scratch on her whole body. The filth covering her body entirely belonged to the ghouls she had defeated. I'm a vampire hunter? This is not the first vampire I've hunted. I've killed more of them than you could possibly imagine. Alphonse couldn't deny what she was saying. He had seen for himself the skill and grace she had shown when mercilessly slaying all those ghouls. Unmoved by the fact that they were once humans, she had been an artist in battle, the sword her paintbrush. What he had witnessed was beyond his comprehension. A struggle between monster rather than human beings. That was why he could do nothing but stand and watch at first. Unable to intervene, he was lost for words. Rose broke the silence with a short, frosty laugh. Al, I've no further need of your assistance. I suggest you forget about all of this and return to your ordinary life. He then gave a respectful curtsy, much like the one she had when they first met. No. Good lord. Alright, that's 6. We still got 8 more to go. What time is it? Oh, it's only been, well, an hour 51. Jesus Christ. It's gonna take a minute. Scarlet has one? True, she does have one, though. I guess I didn't... God, it's been a while, yeah, since Photo 1. Like, we actually... I was thinking, like, when did we see her as, like, playable? But no, yeah, she did. It's been a minute. Oh my god. Alright. I doubt these get any shorter, do they? Well... oh god. 28. Really long? Yeah, it's really long. Fuck it. I'm gonna do it in one sitting because I'm insane. What's up, Scytherman? I will push on. Also, Scytherman, Cold Steel 4 is happening in 2 weeks. After release tomorrow, 2 weeks time, I will be starting the playthrough. I wanted to give people a chance to get caught up, or not get caught up, but, you know, be ahead of me by a large margin, if possible. But yeah, anyway, keep going. How's your day been? Done by then? Yeah, some people might be crazy and be done by, like, you know, 2 weeks time, but it's like others might be taking it slow. But I was initially thinking a week, but I was like, some people might get a little bit later, so 2 weeks is safer. Either way, chapter 7, Parting of the Ways. I've no further need of your assistance. His mind still reeling from the skill that Rose had demonstrated in her earlier battle. The only way he could react to her words was with dumbfounded silence. There were plenty of ways he could have argued back, not least by pointing out that they had yet to discover the vampire's identity, that the reason she had originally agreed that they worked together was that so he could use his position in the army to aid her in doing so. As if reading his mind, she said, I discovered the identity of the vampire this afternoon. As such, there's no longer anything you can do to help me. His initial reaction was doubt. How could she have possibly been the only one to discover the vampire's identity when they had conducted their investigation together? But then it hit him. They hadn't always been together. They had split up to investigate a wider area today, too. And if she had discovered a vital clue during a period where they were acting separately, it made perfect sense that only she would have worked out the truth. Tried again. But still, I have my reasons for wanting to see this through to the end, too. I can't just go back to living as if none of this ever happened. Rose knew this already, of course. He had already told her about his parents' murder once already, and made her realize that the two cases might be connected. She sighed, her reaction making it perfectly clear that pointing that out would do nothing to change her mind. She met his eyes again, unwavering in the slightest, as she said, Then allow me to put my position to you more bluntly. You are not a help, you are a hindrance. It was as if a sharp blade had pierced his chest. Okay. Her words left him shocked and speechless. She continued, I would have thought that anyone who looked around would be able to realize that this is not a matter that ordinary people can, or should, involve themselves in. As she spoke, she gestured in the directions of the ghouls, or rather, human corpses that were once ghouls, littering the surrounding area. Some were riddled with bullet holes, some had smashed skulls, some had no heads at all. Her words caused Alphonse's memory to return once again to the battle he had witnessed. Even if he had tried to intervene earlier than he did, would he have been able to do anything? No. On the contrary, it was easy to imagine him getting in Rose's way, becoming a liability and interfering with her ability to fight. Alphonse looked down at the ground dejectedly. It was galling to hear, and realized that he might be useless in this. Rose opened her mouth to continue, her gaze somewhat distant. A long time ago, I tried to pursue another vampire with the help of a civilian just like you. I was hesitant at first, but after he insisted so vehemently, I eventually accepted. Alphonse looked up, stunned at what he was hearing. He had assumed that he was the first person to offer to assist her. He was killed by the vampire we were pursuing. After that, the vampire disappeared, never to be seen again. It was clear by the pain in her voice that for someone whose life revolved around killing vampires, there could have been no worse outcome. Of all the jobs I've undertaken, that was my worst failure, and the most terrible stain on my record. I will not allow something like that to happen again. As such, I have always tried to keep you at arm's length. All I wanted from you was for you to make it easier for me to conduct my investigation, find out what I wanted to know. I was just using you all along. She continued on, telling him that everything had gone the way she hoped it would, perhaps even better. Thanks to his contribution, she had been able to discover the identity of the vampire, and the army was able to find out what it looked like, helping them to keep people off the streets and allowing her to successfully lure the vampire out. For that, at the very least, she was grateful. Alphonse could only stand and listen as her cold words washed over him, meaning of what she was actually saying not truly sinking in. She fell silently for a moment and took a deep breath before starting again. The worlds we live in are just too different. We should never have even met, and yet by coincidence we did. But that's all. Now you need to forget that it ever happened. Go back to the life you should always have lived. Besides, as a vampire hunter, the only life for me is one of solitude. No. She gave a small self-deprecating smile before turning to walk away from him. Seeing that smile and hearing what she said, something struck Alphonse as off, and yet he could not call out to her. It was as if there was an impenetrable wall between them now, stopping him from interacting any further with her. I can take care of everything by myself now. All I ask of you is to stay away and let me do it. Farewell. She said her final words as she walked, without so much as turning to face him, and then disappeared into the dark night. Left behind, Alphonse stood alone, frozen to the spot in a sea of blood. The next day, 10 unidentified bodies were discovered in Heimdall, and the surrounding area filled with disorder the likes of which had never been seen before. There were soldiers moved to and fro, surveying the area under Gerard's direction, while crowds of curious onlookers tried to get a closer look at the gruesome display. Even Alphonse, who had been removed from the main investigation team, had been called in to assist this time. Alphonse had expected the bodies to be heavily disfigured from Rose's attacks, but when he reached the scene, he could see no evidence whatsoever that the previous night's battle had even taken place. The only marks on the bodies were the bite marks left by the Empire. At first, that fact confused him, but then he remembered that Rose was somehow connected to the church. It seemed quite possible then that she would have worked alongside others, one or more who may have arrived later to disguise any evidence of their involvement. After all, the church had the ability to purify the weapons and allow them to contend with the vampires. The possibility that they might also have been able to put the corpses back together was hardly a stretch after all the things that had already been witnessed. Realizing how ludicrous that would sound to the average person, he could only laugh to himself under his breath. There was no sign of Rose at the scene, although Alphonse hadn't really expected that she would appear to begin with. She had made it clear the previous night that the original arrangement was over. Most likely, Rose would go on to bring an end to the vampire hunters herself in secret, but the culprit never apprehended, and the fact that the vampires actually existed never being revealed to the world. But could he live with everything ending that way? There was still one burning doubt in Alphonse's heart, a lingering unease that refused to go away. The expression on her face as she turned to walk away. As a vampire hunter, the only life for me is one of solitude. That may have been what she said, but the sad smile on her lips she did so told a different story. When she did. Coolness underlined with resignation. Her words had been blunt, but to Alphonse they also seemed tinged with loneliness. Alphonse found himself reflecting on what loneliness meant to him. It was a feeling that he was all too familiar with after losing his parents. In the blink of an eye, he had been left with no one who cared for him, no one who would be kind to him, no one who would look out for him, It was easy to imagine how being placed in a situation like that would gradually eat away at a person. Fortunately for Alphonse, his father's friend Gerard had held out a hand of salvation to him, and he had later met others like Luca who cared for him, and he for them. It was thanks to them that he was able to free himself of the loneliness that may have otherwise consumed him. Nonetheless, the experience had taught him exactly how painful living like that could be, and that humans could not completely live alone. Rose, however, had said that living in solitude was the only life for her. But did she honestly mean that? Or did she really long to break free from it? Yet something was stopping her from doing so. But the memory of his own experience, still painful even after all those years, Alphonse couldn't stop wondering. That was when he made up his mind. He wouldn't, just leave things as they were. Rose may have cast him aside, but he had long ago decided what he needed to do to put the past behind him. And no matter how much danger he risked doing it, or how much she tried to stop him, he was determined to see it through to the end. If that meant he might be as a hindrance to her, so be it. This was his fight as much as hers. Alphonse shook his head furiously from side to side, as if to divest himself of the doubts and hesitations that had been filling his mind since the previous night. Focusing on the task at hand, he set about frantically investigating the area that he felt was the only way for him to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Time dragged on as the search continued. The receding rays of the setting sun began to blanket the scene in warm apricot hues. The 10 corpses had been carried away, and the vast majority of onlookers had dispersed. A large number of soldiers who formed the investigation team had also reached a stopping point in their investigation. Were ready to return for the day, but Alphonse waved them off, still silently combing the area for clues. Come on now, it's time to go back to the guardhouse for the day. Concerning Gerard's voice was obvious, but Alphonse only spared him a tired smile. Sorry, sir. Just let me look around a bit longer. Concerning the intense battle fought between Rose and the vampire the previous night, there was every chance that something may have been left behind that might help guide him to the vampire's identity. The investigation team had found no such thing, despite spending the entire day looking, but that did nothing to dampen Alphonse's spirits. There was something here, he knew it. Seeing Alphonse's determination, Gerard couldn't help but smile in return. Alright then, have it your way. Just make sure you stop and come back if it gets you tired. With a backwards wave, he walked off to join the other soldiers. As they returned to the guardhouse, silently thanking Gerard for his kindness, Alphonse went back to scoring the alley. Heading to bed. Good night, all. Forward to see us more soon. Yeah, no worries, I guess. I mainly also did this as a PSA too, so it was 2 birds with 1 stone, but have a good one. I'll see you in 2 weeks, probably. Let's see. As the dipping sun retreated from the sky, he began to fear his time was up. But just then, his eyes were drawn to a point between 2 of the buildings. It was a narrow gap overlooking the investigation. Something might have fallen, indeed. He spied the rest of shapes on the ground. Upon spotting it, Alphonse remembered seeing something fly from the vampire when Rose had landed, her glancing slash on its chest. He crouched down to inspect the space. The gap between the building was so narrow that his arm could barely fit inside. He stretched out his fingers, desperately trying to reach the fallen object. Eventually managed to catch it between his index and middle fingers. It was a narrow, rectangular piece of cloth. Alphonse stared at it, analyzing every last detail on its surface. It was filthy gray in color, most likely meaning that it had been white originally. It was also clear that it had been separated from something by Rose's sword. But other than that, it looked like an ordinary piece of cloth. It would have been nothing of interest at all to anyone just passing by. Anyone other than Alphonse, that is. Looking at it, he finally understood everything. The reason Rose had suddenly chosen to part ways with him. The true identity of the vampire who was terrorizing the city. Oh boy. Makes you wonder. Alright, so we have 7 more. We're officially halfway. But, I want to see. Can I load up a different file just for different background music? Won't be the best thing. Chapter 1, let me see. Chapter 4, somewhere around here. I believe that's the one I loaded, so this one might be different. Oh wait, no, that's Summer Festival. I gotta go all the way down, that's right. Let me see. It's around Heimdall. Okay, somewhere around here. Let's see. Campus Storm. Are these all on the same day? I think so. McDormand Rest. Faculty Lounge. Midterms. I guess I could do this one. Yeah, this is fine. This theme is good too, so it works. Let's see. God, it is funny though hearing this music too, because it's like, man, it does remind me of how many parallels like it had with Cold Steel 1. For some reason, the Free Day theme has to be Hot Jams. Where's the library again? Or, as many kids say, the library. For some reason, the BR is, something, man. I'm not gonna help students. I'm just gonna read these books instead. That is how Reen will go about doing things. Alright, so, Chapter 8, The Truth. The stillness of night came once again to the streets of Heimdall. A bewitching yet eerie red moon hung full in the sky, its carmine glow staining the red bricks of the surrounding buildings an even deeper crimson. After the gruesome discovery of the bodies that day, the Red Team had strengthened its nighttime patrols. Abandoned student read paper, yes! It's all that matters. Reen's like, I don't get paid enough for this, I'm just gonna read. Let's see. The soldiers and the team were on the streets, determined to prevent any further violence and repair the damage to the Imperial Army's honor. Patrol routes had them making tight circuits of the city roads, vigilantly searching for anything out of order. On one particular dark street corner, a block away from the city Allegria Tavern, stood a young man in military uniform. Much like the others, he was making the rounds in a thoroughly deserted patrol area. The figure turning onto the street just ahead of him made him pause mid-step. Warily, he put his hand on the sword at his waist. As the figure drew closer, the features gradually became more visible. It was another soldier like himself. It was Alphonse. Alphonse stepped forward and stood silently before the other young man. He fixed him with an unwavering gaze. "Oh, it's you," the young man said, something annoyed. "What are you doing here? This is my patrol area, not yours." He glared at Alphonse with intense dislike, but Alphonse did not look away. "I came to ask you something," Alphonse replied simply. He put his hand into his pocket and took something out of it. It was a dirty piece of cloth. The other man looked puzzled. "What's that supposed to be?" "Something I found in the area where the vampire appeared last night." "It's also yours, isn't it, Elroy?" Elroy stared back at Alphonse, then rolled his eyes, his voice stripped of contempt. "What are you talking about? Did you really abandon your post over over who some rag might belong to? And vampire? You're supposed to be a soldier, not some kind of superstitious lunatic," he scoffed. "This is part of the bandage you were wearing around your left arm when you said you were injured in training," Alphonse said calmly. "The cloth," Alphonse continued, "must have been cut from his bandage during the previous day's battle, ended up between the two buildings in an area they neglected to check. He didn't, however, mention who had done the cutting. There was no need to tell Elroy information that he already knew, after all." Hearing this, Elroy clutched his left arm, hidden under the sleeve of his army uniform, almost as if trying to hide it from Alphonse. "Besides, the idea that you were injured badly enough to need a bandage like that in standard training makes no sense to begin with. You're the most skilled swordsman on the Garad team, after all. That's not to say you weren't actually injured, especially considering there really was fresh blood on the bandage itself. But you didn't injure yourself during training. You were stabbed by a rapier, and that was what the bandage was intended to disguise." Elroy said nothing. Under any other circumstances, he would have been quick to argue back, but not this time. His brow furrowed, and he glared angrily at Alphonse. "I'm sure that you must have replaced the bandage with a new one last night, but then what was this doing at the scene of the crime? You weren't involved in this morning's investigation." Alphonse was aware that he was saying what he was saying wouldn't be enough to prove to the world that Elroy was a vampire. They were, after all, creatures of legend. People would never believe him. What it did prove, however, was that Elroy had been where Rose and the vampires' battle took place. Considering that Alphonse already knew that vampires were no mere myth, that was all the proof he needed. I don't want to believe it myself. I can't bear to think that someone who I served alongside as a soldier, someone more skilled than any of us, is actually a monster who's been indiscriminately murdering people. Alvaro made no reply. He just stared down at the ground, silent and tense. But I'm a member of the Guard team, Alphonse continued resolutely, and we are entrusted with the task of protecting this city. I have a duty to do what I can to prevent any more lives from being lost. Unless you can prove that what I'm saying isn't true, I'm going to have to arrest you as a suspect. Handed aside, Elroy let out a short, quiet laugh. The second he did, something changed. Atmosphere became oppressive. Elroy threw back his head and let out a loud, maniacal laugh. It was an inhuman sound, that outburst. The skin-crawling utterance was entirely unlike the usual quiet Elroy, and as his mouth yawned wide, Alphonse saw what he knew he would. Beast-like fangs, the fangs of a vampire. Alphonse placed his hand on the saber at his waist and drew it as fast as he could. The sound of blade scraping against scabbard cut short the awful laugh. But he wasn't fast enough. Before he knew it, Elroy was right in front of him, swinging his own sword with incredible force. Alphonse barely had the time to block its arc with its own. The sound of metal against metal filled the air. The monstrous strength of the blow pushed Alphonse backwards. It was obvious to him that Elroy's power was vastly greater than it had been when he took the punch to the stomach several days before. If Elroy had been this strong that day, Alphonse knew that he would have already been dead. Barely managing to hold his position, he clung to his saber with his now somewhat numb hand, but the vampire was already drawing back for another strike. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, Alphonse was just able to parry the blow, but it was all he could manage. If he strayed even a hair from focusing on defense, he would soon be overwhelmed. Elroy, meanwhile, maintained his onslaught seemingly without effort. Blow after blow rained down relentlessly. You should have waited, Alphonse. Surely you know that vampires can only use their powers at night. Alphonse grunted as he narrowly deflected another attack. Naturally, he did know. He was fully aware that waiting until morning might have actually been given him a chance to defeat Elroy. But he just couldn't bring himself to wait, not when there was a possibility that he might have claimed another victim that very night. His conscience wouldn't allow him to sleep peacefully in his bed, knowing that he could have done something to stop that murder from happening. As if to punctuate this point, Elroy knocked the saber from Alphonse's hands with a vicious swipe that drove him to his knees. The blade clattered down the paving stones far from the fighting pair. You're finished, Elroy crowed, turning his sword on Alphonse. The blade flashed up, then descended. Alphonse watched the fall of the sword as if in slow motion. He knew there was nothing he could do to stop it. It would bite through his flesh and send his hand soaring through the air. Their head, rather. Much like his saber had just done. Suddenly, a high-pitched whistling sound of something moving very fast cut through the night. And then another, and another followed. The next moment, Elroy's arm was gone. Blood speckled Alphonse's cheeks like a fine rain. Just as he had imagined, something soared through the air and hit the ground. But instead of it being his head, it was Elroy's right arm, sword still drenched in its rigid fingers. Ah! Elroy instinctively jumped back, clutching at his wounded limb while Alphonse stared wide at the many parts of a Templar's sword stretched before him, like the flexing of a metal snake. The wires connecting the razor-sharp blade segments gleamed in the moonlight. A line of tension then ran through the wires, and they all retraced just as they had appeared. Subject matter in the free time, he's like, yes, I'm probably going to switch. I was going to mention that. It's too much. After a lone figure approached to take their place, a woman in a navy blue coat that was thrown wide, exposing countless weapons attached to the battle gear she was wearing underneath. With sleek shoulder-length blonde hair capped by a navy blue beret, the look she gave Alphonse when she saw him was somewhere between exasperation and disbelief. Alphonse smiled weakly. What took you so long, Rose? What took him so long is needing to change the mood, and it going horribly. Let me change that. Jesus. Wasn't there like one other track that played during campus hours? Shit. I'm trying to think. What do? Where's like around here? Faculty lounge. Maybe this one? I don't know if it does it change here. Are we allowed to go back? No, we are not. Damn it. Okay. I'll go back to the other one then. What was that file? joys of it all. Where's it at? Chapter 4. God, we spent so much time in Heimdall. Jesus. I'm like, I never want to go back to Heimdall. I spent an eternity in Heimdall. I'm over it. Let's see. Leave camp. I guess it'd be this one. Yeah. Okay, I'm free. That was a mistake. Fuck it. Enjoy 24-hour loop. This one's not great either, but it's less jarring. Sweet Jesus. I hate this even more because, man, why'd it only have to be on campus? Why couldn't I read this from the book tab and just, I don't know. Falcom, can we get a jukebox feature, please? Can I select my music while I read? That'd be nice. That'd be excessive, but that'd be nice. Could you imagine you could just pick whatever track you wanted? Let's see. So we're on chapter 9. Okay, we still got 6. Oh boy. Let me drink some water. Because, my lord. This sure is a marathon. Build up 300 hours of just Spiral Erebos? Yes. I can only imagine. They'd be like, alright, we're gonna put in like the 5 tracks we're probably gonna play anyway. We know this. Throw Erebos beats to read to. Oh my god. Please tell me somebody's done that. I will hate the internet if we're not there yet. Anyway. So you showed up after all, did you, vampire hunter? Rick lit at Rose, teeth clenched in anger and pain. Hard smoke was rising from his now amputated right arm. Gave a faint hissing sound. Rose turned her attentions from Alphonse to him. She raised her Templar sword and stared without expression at her target. Elroy lowered back. They both maintained a distance from one another. Each trying to work out what the other would do next. Without taking her eyes off Elroy, Rose addressed Alphonse. I told you not to get involved in this any further, and yet despite that, you tried to fight a vampire alone. I cannot believe you would do something so foolish. Her words were tinged with anger. Alphonse rose unsteadily to his feet. You were the one who tried fighting him alone first. Besides, I never had any intention of seriously trying to defeat him by myself. What? Face transmitted by his hands. I was putting all my hopes on you coming for me. And you did, just like when we first met. Alphonse's response seemed to catch Rose completely off guard. You could tell as much even from his position behind her. She quickly regained her composure. Though, and waving the sword steadied. I don't know what you're trying to say. Told me that you don't want to work with me anymore because I was getting in your way. Because there's nothing more that I can help you with. But that's not the real reason. The real reason is that you didn't want to put me in any more danger. You didn't want me to lose my life helping you like that last person who worked with you did. That is just idle speculation, she replied coldly. Alphonse knew he was right. Then why did you lie about discovering the vampire's true identity? Rose gasped. So you noticed. Hadn't taken much effort to see through her lie. Rose herself had said that vampires were only capable of unleashing their powers at night, meaning that the best way to defeat one was to discover the true identity and kill them during the day. And yet, despite that, Rose had gone to the effort of trying to lure the vampire out, taking the great risk of using herself as bait. Logically, her actions made no sense whatsoever. If she had known the true identity of the creature, deliberately lowering her chances of success wasn't like Rose at all. I imagine you noticed something else during your investigation, Hans continued. Oh. Wait, never mind. Don't know what, but whatever it was, it made you think that letting me cooperate with you any longer would put my life in danger. And that was why you lied, in order to try and keep me away from that danger. Rose didn't react, but also she didn't deny his words. To Alphonse, that was the same as an admission. Enough of this. Vampire before them opened his eyes and wide and began to concentrate its power. The moment it did, the red smoke that had been rising from the stump where its arm had been was replaced with a jet of liquescent, black ichor, I think? Ichor? It bubbled and frothed from the open wound. On the cobblestones some distance away, the arm itself also began to expel the same noxious-looking secretion. Suddenly, the black liquid from both stump and severed limb stretched and pulled, seeking out the other. No! Knowing what was about to happen, Rose quickly swung her Templar sword in the direction of the liquid. The sword's countless parts sliced through it, but the dark matter just reformed around the damage. Moments later, the liquid had done its work. The severed right arm was back where it belonged, as good as new. How could he recover so quickly? I knew it, he really is a... Yes, can't believe this. Elroy swung the sword with his newly attached arm. At Rose, calm as ever, she pointed her Templar sword at him, fired the blade segments that formed it. They flew from the handle and wrapped around him, binding and tearing simultaneously before they could completely ensnare him. However, Elroy transmuted into mist. The blade of the Templar sword fell from the spot he had been as the mist dispersed. Reconverged a moment later at a point just behind the vampire hunter. No sooner had the mist solidified than Elroy swung his sword. His attack caught her completely off guard, decapitating her, so we expected, but Alphonse blocked it, his saber back in hand. Nice. We have, what, 2 Kiseki saves in one story so far, with the last chapter. Let's see. Alphonse got his teeth, desperately trying to hold his ground. Elroy had the clear advantage in terms of strength. Try as he might, he could not break Alphonse's guard. How many times do you have to get in my way before you're satisfied? Cried Elroy. Ow! Seeing a chance, Rose drew one of her giant pistols. Holding it in a backhand grip, pulled the trigger. Even the books have Kiseki saves pretty much, yeah. That's how I know this one's canon. The bullet ripped through Elroy's shoulder, propelling him backwards. Alphonse steadied himself and readied his saber again. I won't die on you, Rose. I'm not going to let some vampire kill me, so... Can this not wait? Rose aimed the pistol, resting it on Alphonse's shoulder. Fired it repeatedly at Elroy. His wound already fully healed, Elroy dodged all of her bullets with snake-like grace. Flew at them with great speed. His pistol was now empty of bullets, and the vampire's charge gave her no time to draw the other. Elroy swung his sword at them as if trying to cut them down in a single strike. Alphonse brought his own saber to bear and braced with all his might, blocked the path of the falling sword. 2 blades collided with such force that Alphonse's saber was sheared in 2. Whoops. Collision repelled Elroy as well, but if he were to swing his sword downwards a second time with the same level of force, Alphonse's road would have no chance of surviving. Vampire's lips curled up in a smile, sensing impending victory. That smile was replaced almost immediately by shock when he saw what Alphonse had drawn from the depths of his uniform. Alphonse had expected that his saber would not survive Elroy's attack, and had immediately reached for the silver short sword given to him by Rose. So I'm never going to allow you to be alone again, he cried out as he swung the silver sword downward across Elroy's body. A trail of glittering argent light following in its wake. A nice save. Again, I'm not gonna do screaming. I can already feel my voice is getting hoarse. But it's fine, I'm not doing anything else tonight. Her cold backwards, clawing at his chest, Alphonse attacked had missed his heart. But the damage it had done was the greatest he had received yet. How could I be wounded by the likes of him? Damn you, damn you, damn you! Elroy's expression was one of pure hatred mixed with intense agony. There wasn't a trace of humanity left on his face. Alphonse, meanwhile, had exhausted the last of his strength with that attack. He was on his knees, out of breath. Rose stared down at him, a peculiar look on her face. Alphonse was desperately trying to accept and understand her solitude. He recognized the intense loneliness she had been burdened with when she let her companion die all those years ago and was trying to save her from it. The words, "I'm never going to allow you to be alone again," resounded in her head over and over. She knew that what he had said was purely based on emotion, but it was enough to fill her heart with warmth, a heart that she had thought long gone cold. "You really are a complete fool," she laughed. The sound of her laughing so naturally was enough to make Alphonse snap around to stare at her. Or perhaps that isn't such a bad thing either, after all, he said with a small smile. He giggled at her. It was Rose, and yet he felt he had never seen this woman before in his life. The warmth, the gentle smile. Was that supposed to mean... he stammered. Or what's that supposed to mean? Feeling as though he had seen something she should not have, Alphonse turned around again. Flustered Elroy was now back in his direct view. Was still in the same spot, watching motionless. Alphonse had almost forgotten about him. Now was hardly time to be talking with Rose. He needed to finish off the vampire. Elroy, for good. He looked back at Rose, and they nodded to one another. Rose began to walk towards Elroy, leaving the exhausted Alphonse behind. Elroy remained still. his head bowed, mumbling something absentmindedly to himself. Rose pointed her remaining pistol at his head. All that she needed to do was pull the trigger and it would be all over. But she didn't. He stopped, confused. Something wasn't right. The scent is gone? Suddenly, Elroy looked up and faced Rose. His eyes were wild and unfocused. Wait, I haven't lost. Of course I haven't. I can never lose to the likes of him. If he's to drink more blood, then the likes of Alphonse will never... That suddenly darted back to Rose's face. With terrible intensity, the monstrous grin stretched wide. The next moment, the wound that had been left by Alphonse's slash began to erupt red mist with incredible force. The mist filled the surrounding area at an alarming rate. Their field of vision was completely obscured by the crimson haze. All that could be heard was Alphonse's voice crying out. Rose, what's happening? Stay calm, she ordered. It isn't harmful. Dead Abyss was yet another special ability of vampires, employed only in the moments of desperation. The creature would use its own wounds as a kind of smokescreen. Knowing this full well from experience, Rose had to track Elroy by his scent. Should have been easy. Didn't need to see the vampire to find it, and yet there was nothing. Despite having every reason to believe that he was right in front of her, not a trace of the vampire's trail was to be found. Why, she wondered, desperately trying to make sense of the situation. Slowly but surely, the red mist began to dispel when it cleared. Only two figures remained, Rose and Alphonse. The vampire was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, she cried. Elroy had managed to escape from them, but where? With a wince, Alphonse rose to his feet. Rose, we can't lose him. All things considered, it seemed safe to assume that Elroy was searching for more victims to drain, in order to replenish his own power. Meaning that if they didn't catch him before then, there would be more fatalities. Not to mention the possibility that he might grow far too strong for them to handle. Rose waved Alphonse to silence. Hold on, I'm trying to follow his scent. If she meant to reassure Alphonse in her own mind, Rose felt deeply uneasy. How could the trail have just disappeared all of a sudden? She never known anything like it. Had her power grown weaker? She wondered to herself. Just as she was pondering potential causes, though, the scent suddenly returned. That fact did nothing to allay her confusion, but as long as there was a trail to follow, pursuing it needed to be their top priority. She focused her mind on the odor, trying to ascertain its location. Eventually, she was able to find the answer she sought. The source was startling. It's coming from the direction of that tavern? Allegria was only one street away from where they stood. Alphonse even spared Rose a glance. Just dashed off toward the restaurant, his face a mask of fear. Man, probably gonna get Luca. Hate it here, man. Into the darkness. Ah, yes, we're now in Kingdom Hearts territory. Let me take another drink of water. Sweet Jesus, it's been 2 hours and 28. This is chapter 10. If I were a sane person, I would do 2 parts. But I'm here now. I'm not going to back down. Ordinarily, the late hour was the peak of business for the Allegria Tavern. On any other day, the chairs would all be filled with familiar faces, chattering away and enjoying food and drink, but tonight, not a single seat was taken. For so great was the terror of the vampire murderers that none dared leave their homes. Left with nothing else to do, Luca had set about clearing the tavern. The task was quickly finished. She slouched at the spotless counter, thoroughly bored. There hadn't been any sign of her friend Alphonse that day. Still, considering the rumors she had heard of the guard team's nighttime patrols, it wasn't all that surprising. Oh, what's up, Zigoten? How you do? How's your day been? He must be really busy, she thought to herself. Still, she couldn't pretend that she wasn't disappointed by the fact. Thoughts of Alphonse weighed on her mind. She let out a gloomy sigh. Tavern's owner stopped watching curtly on the other side of the counter, gave her a warm smile. Go along home for today. It's dangerous around these parts lately, so you're best getting back, he called. Just as she went to do so, however, the bell over the door chimed. A customer had entered the tavern. Luca jumped out of her chair in a panic. What she saw made her gasp. Standing in the doorway of the tavern was a young man in a blood-stained soldier's uniform. Letting out a short shriek of horror, he rushed out over to the man. The uniform he had on was the same as the one worn by Alphonse, leading her to immediately think it might be him. As she drew closer, though, she realized it wasn't. Relief washed over her. Crashing wedding on a desert island. Wait, what? No. unless you mean One Piece, I am doing the whole cake arc on One Piece, and that's been pretty fun, yes. So, that is happening later tonight. I'm looking forward to it. But that's not till... what time is it now? It's like 4 hours from now. But hopefully it's good. I'm loving Sanji's backstory for sure. Good lord. He was like probably my least favorite of the Straw Hat gang, so it's cool to see he got, you know, a proper backstory in this arc. You can close a look at his face. Start to find that she actually recognized him. A long time ago, when Alphonse had first joined the army, he had brought the man before her with him to the Visit Tavern. I remembered hearing that the two of them weren't on very good terms anymore. However, his name was Alroy? The tavern's owner hurried over with a first aid kit, clearly concerned. Alroy showed no interest in him. His eyes were focused on unwavering on Luca. Hello, friend of Alphonse. I'm gonna have to ask you to come with me, he muttered. His following, smile was anything but inviting. Nope. Time Alphonse... oh, let me read this. Not reached the arc yet, but I can't say Sanji. That's the thing, Vex, I completely hear you. All I'm gonna say is I'm still not the biggest fan of Sanji, but it's like the backstory did make him a little more endearing, at least. You know. But yeah, I'm not gonna say anything else further than that, Vex, because I don't want to spoil you, but this is done pretty well. He's still not gonna be like my favorite of the members, but it redeemed him in some ways for me, for sure. I'll have to see where they go after this arc, but I do like him. But my favorite will still always be Nico Robin, because man, I just love her interactions with the gang. She's so chaotic, she doesn't care. Tom Alphonse and Rose arrived. The tavern was in a terrible state. Chairs were strewn about everywhere, tables lay in pieces all about the space. The floor was covered in smashed glass and broken crockery, okay. Other side of the counter, they found the owner, blood trickling from his temple. Calmly, Rose used the church's thaumaturgy to heal him. Its mysterious power closed his wound, and soon after, he regained consciousness. The second he did, Alphonse began to bombard him with questions. What happened here? Where's Luca? He couldn't see any sign of her, and that worried him immensely. When a military uniform came, no, that was no human. It was a monster. I tried to fight him off, but he took Luca. The moment he uttered Luca's name, he fell unconscious once again. Not long after, the soldiers who had been patrolling the surrounding area heard what happened and hurried to the scene. The area soon filled with sounds of people's voices and soldiers running up and down the streets. Even a member of the local residents had woken up and begun a number. He had to see what was going on. Eventually, Gerard himself arrived and set about questioning the tavern's owner, investigating the scene with a number of his subordinates. Alphonse and Rose, meanwhile, stood in the shadow of a building not far away. Damn you, Alroy. Alphonse cried as he punched one of the brick walls with all his might. Nearby, Rose stood with her arms folded, deep in thought. Stay calm. We have every reason to believe that Luke is still alive. Alroy had fled the search for new blood to heal his injuries and increase his power. If he was intending to use Luca for that purpose, there was no reason to take her away. It would have been far quicker and easier to just drink her blood in the tavern. Thus, it was safe to assume that he had a different purpose in mind for her. The most likely reason seemed to be to use her to lure them somewhere. Suspect that I know where he is headed, said Rose, pointed down at the ground below their feet. From the previous day's encounter with Alroy, he had summoned a large number of ghouls out of seemingly nowhere. Each of them victims without families or friends to note their absence. Alroy had been inducting them in secret, showing them somewhere for when he wanted them. There was every reason to believe there were more. To stash them, he would need quite a sizable area, but it also had to be one where the chance of them being found would be quite low. In other words, a place that no one really went. Perfect match for both of these conditions was the network of underground passages beneath the city. Tunnels had been built during the Dark Ages several hundred years prior, were not normally used by people somewhere in there. Rose theorized Alroy was probably waiting for them. Alphonse proposed that they depart immediately. After all, every second they waited increased the danger that Luca was in. Rose, however, stood silently, her eyes cast downwards. Something bothering you? Alphonse asked. Her mouth tightened. Two things, in fact. Firstly, I suspect that Alroy is what's known as an elder vampire. There were, Rose explained, several kinds of vampires. those who were legitimate descendants of the race were known as true ancestors. The true ancestors were said to have all perished, but those who were closely related to them were known as elder vampires. And unlike true ancestors, some elder vampires still remained. Elder vampires were filled with a lust for blood every 10 or so years, and in surrendering themselves to that lust, they had been responsible for countless deaths throughout history. As a vampire hunter, therefore, they were Rose's most important targets. True ancestors, seriously, yeah. Let me take all this in again. Legitimate descendants of the race were known as true ancestors. But of course, it's like the one who lived. Close related to them were known as elder vampires. Some other vampires still remained. Okay. So I guess true ancestors don't exist anymore, but elder vampires are a thing. That's straight up a Tsukihime term. Damn, okay. That is true though, yeah. I didn't think about that, but no, you're totally right. Makes you wonder, like, maybe Tsukihime got it from somewhere else? I don't know. But it wouldn't surprise me. I've noticed the Trail series does have, like, some references to other things here and there, so... Who knows? Maybe one of them is a fan of Tsukihime. I don't know. I wonder if the internet's found, evidence to that. Furthermore, they were apparently among the most powerful of all vampires. Exceptional growth potential, as an example of this, I'll explain that when Luca first attacked, they've been guided to a deserted area. Wait, where am I going? Oh, deserted area. Sorry, I lost track of it. A level ability called Charm, which allowed the users to control the thoughts of their victim to a certain degree. While finding out that Luca had lost her memories of what happened when she was attacked that had first alerted Rose, the possibility that Elroy might be an elder vampire. That was what had first led her to try to distance Alphonse from her investigation. The fact that they might be dealing with an elder vampire was only one of her concerns, however, though the other was closely related to it. The astonishing power of other vampires possessing is amplified even further at night. Because of that, it should be impossible for them to be able to disguise their presence completely. And yet, in the battle against Elroy earlier, he has been able to do just that, allowing him to make his escape. It had so surprised Rose that she had missed her chance to finish him off. It's possible that he's no ordinary elder vampire, or perhaps he's something even more terrifying, he mused aloud. He had no way of telling what Elroy was truly capable of, or even what he truly was. As such, it was impossible to gauge how much danger they would be putting themselves in by following him, especially knowing that they would be walking right into a trap. While she had no choice but to follow, she found herself questioning whether bringing Alphonse along would really be a good idea. Reservation must have been plain on her face, as Alphonse cut off her thoughts with a determined shake on the head. Rose, I told you already that I'm not going to die. Won't you be alone ever again? Look at how strong your opponent is. Or our opponent is. I'm not going to go back on my word. Resolve was clear and unwavering in his eyes. With or without her blessing, he would see it through to the end. He could not, would not, abandon someone living a life of solitude like he once did. The pure innocence of that emotion and empathy was enough to recall her own bleak loneliness. The dark feelings passed over her features, like a cloud obscuring the stars. There was, after all, one other secret she had yet to part with, and that, more than anything, was the cause of her solitude. The warmth of his words almost coaxed it from her lips, so moved was she, but now wasn't the time. For the moment, his heartfelt declaration was enough for her. Their priority needed to be saving his friend. Everything else could wait. I'm sorry, she said. I thought I had overcome my hesitations, but it seems that wasn't the case. Preparation for 1224. Kind of. Long story short, Zagatan, there is a character that actually showed up in Cold Steel 3. It's just that I'm late to reading this book. You can get this in, I believe, Cold Steel 2 or 1. And it's basically the origin story for a character, a prominent character already showed up. That was basically integral to the story that showed up in Cold Steel 3. So I'm doing it now. Better late than never, basically. Because she's probably going to show up in Cold Steel 4 as well. So this is like in canon, like book you could read, I guess. In-game canon. Let me see. Trying to see. Yes, it is the end to the Cold Steel arc. More or less. I don't know if the follow-up also covers a few loose ends, but yeah. Cold Steel 4 comes out tomorrow. which is why I wanted to do this stream today as like a little bonus session, because I wanted to read this book anyway. I might as well stream it, since it's the origin story of a prominent character. But also for the fact that I wanted to tell people that I won't be starting Cold Steel 4 tomorrow. I'll be starting it 2 weeks after the release, because I want to give people, I guess, like a grace period, a sort of buffer, where it's like, alright, 2 weeks, you guys have at it tomorrow, or whenever you're going to start, but come 2 weeks, I'm starting this shit, so I can be considerate of spoilers for people to a degree, because I know they might be late like me, waiting for PC instead of PS4, but nevertheless, that's all I can give them, 2 weeks. Stay off Twitter, and I'll be fine. I'm usually streaming or doing other stuff, so then honestly, I barely have time to be on Twitter nowadays. There's a lot of things I gotta work on, whether it's IRL stuff or other things, so it's like, that won't be an issue for me. Let me see. But that's how I'm reading it. It's a pretty lengthy one, too. This is actually a straight-up book series. It's kind of insane. Let's see. Secretly, secret she had to part with. That, more than anything, was the cause of her solitude. Warmth of his words almost coaxed it from her lips. So moved was she, but now wasn't the time. For the moment, his heartfelt declaration was enough for her. Her priority needed to be saving his friend. Everything else could wait. I'm sorry, he said. I thought it would overcome my hesitations, but it seems that wasn't the case. Oh my god, wait, I just read all this. Ah, shit, my brain. Move her hand. Okay. That her spare blade, elegant longsword. Clipping it from her belt, she handed it to Alphonse. It should serve as replacement for that broken saber. I imagine you'll be able to fight more comfortably with this. Alphonse hefted it in his hand, admiring the balance. He slipped it hand's width out of the scabbard for a closer look. Like Rose's other purified weapons, it had a silvery glow that seemed stuck in the light of the red moon. A blow from a blade like this would surely stop a vampire in its tracks. Rose had always known that the short sword she had given Alphonse was hardly the ideal weapon for him. She had done this deliberately, hoping that having an unsuitable weapon would dissuade him from trying to get actively involved in battle. And yet not once had he balked at entering the fray, with whatever resources he had at his disposal. Alphonse was always ready to jump right in, giving him the longsword. Ah yes, he's also a fellow Monster Hunter weeb. Giving him the longsword, therefore, was a sign that she now regarded him as someone worthy of trust. An apology for underestimating him previously. Alphonse acknowledged the gift, and perhaps apology, with a nod of the head, and attached to the blade to a sturdy leather baldric. They regarded one another for a moment then, and swore to do what needed to be done. Their mutual resolve reaffirmed, they took off into deep darkness where Luca and the vampire waited. Let me take some water, actually. This shit's a pretty long one. Alright. Next to Heimdall, there flowed a great river known as the Anor. Passing out onto it was Heimdall Port, and in one corner of the port was a door that led down into an underground passage. The entrance was usually locked for safety reasons, but they forced it to open. Wait a minute. Oh, where did I go? Oh, here we go. Passing onto it was Heimdall Port. One corner of that port led down to an underground passage. The entrance is usually locked for safety reasons, but they forced it open without much trouble. Stepped inside. The air within was a mixture of mold, rusty metal, and a pervasive smell of damp. Cautiously, they moved along the 6-stone path. Ears and eyes strained for any movement. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna stop this and take like a 5-minute bathroom break. But let me leave you with I'm not gonna leave it on this loop that's going on long enough. Let me give you some real jams. Let me save, let's see. What's the best I can do? Might as well keep it close to where it was previously. I could do this one, yeah. Might as well put this one right on. To leave you with the best music. It's only fair. Alright. BRB, 5 minutes. Well, hopefully. We'll see. Man, I still hate interrupting that, but I had to do it. Anyway. Give me a sec. What's up, Alcadius? I'm doing reading, but I switched files quickly for the BRB. Oh, where is it? This one. I wish I could read the book with this track playing. I wish. But alright. So we're on what, chapter 10? How many did I go for? Or was it 11? No, let me see. Well, that wasn't 11. Or wait, no, I don't think I finished chapter 10. Hold on. Gotta go, catch the VOD. Or it was in the game, I can finish it up there. Miss anything? Yeah, no worries, Jumpy. I mainly, you know, I might have to stop by just let you know, like, you know, the whole thing where it's like 2 weeks from now. Or 2 weeks from tomorrow. But thanks for stopping by, I appreciate it. And hope you have a good rest of your night. Take care. Oh, let's see. Okay, here's where we were. Okay. Let's see. Led them to the passage. Okay. Looks like some path. Here's an eye strained for any movement. Tunnel was connected to the river itself, and the torpid water flowed all the way into deep darkness further along the passage. It had been constructed in the Dark Ages, and the network of passages under the city was so vast that no one knew just how far it stretched, or exactly what lay within it. The entire area had long been abandoned. No maintenance or modernization had ever been done. To Alphonse's eye, it looked as though they were setting foot in some ancient labyrinth untouched by time, or man for hundreds of years. They proceed deeper inside, following Elroy's trail along the waterway, with only the faintest of light from the red moon trickling through the periodic gates to illuminate their path. The scent coming from him had returned in full force, filling the air with tension as they drew closer and closer to their quarry. They proceeded cautiously, and more slowly now, as even the light from the moon eventually abandoned them during their descent. Pitch darkness did not last for long. However, as they advanced, they soon started to come across torches here and there, attached at intervals along the wall. The glow from the flickering light was both inviting and sinister. Looks like he really has been using this place as a hideout for quite a while, Fonz commented. It's right, my interest. Too shitty to watch June's Penny Pink concept, but for now, rip. Yeah, no worries, Arcadius. Sorry, man. It is what it is. I gotta make sure the pages are in really nice, pristine quality, I guess. No. Let's see. He and others roast out with his taste. It seemed very likely that the people Elroy had abducted were somewhere around too. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than she sensed a movement. She sighed. Looks as though we were too late. The meaning of Rose's words soon became clear. Slowly but surely, a number of figures drew closer to them from ahead. They shuffled and jerked the unnatural cadence. Ghouls. While Elroy had abducted Luca without drinking her blood, it seemed as though he had used the other people he had been keeping here in her place. Alphonse couldn't help but feel a slight sense of relief when he realized that Luca wasn't among them. But that didn't prove for certain that she was still unharmed. After all, Elroy needed to do that to get them to chase after him. All we needed to do to get them to chase after him was have them believe that there was a chance that she was still alive. As the creatures approached, it was clear that they had no time to waste. Alphonse quickly drew the longsword, while Rose already had the Templar sword and pistol in hand. Ready for battle, we need to deal with these first. Right. Course of action decided, they both charged into the horde of advancing ghouls. It was the first time that Alphonse had been forced to engage in actual combat with ghouls, and he found it emotionally draining. After all, the ghouls were nothing more than victims of the vampire. They hadn't chosen to have their lives taken. or to be compelled to seek to devour their fellows. It had all been forced upon them. As such, he was not fighting to kill them, but to free them. Thinking of it logically didn't do much to reduce the pain of taking up arms against another human being, though. His heart ached every time he cut one down. Rose, meanwhile, was mowing down ghouls like a scythe through the summer harvest. There were nothing more than obstacles in her way. Her shambling attacks were no match for her peerless work with the blade. No matter the speed and skill with which she dispatched them, though, more ghouls emerged from the darkness to block her path. Watching her, Alphonse couldn't help but wonder how long she had been enduring the same pain that he was feeling now. It didn't show on her face, but he remembered the tenderness with which she had handled the ghoul after defeating it on the first meeting. She was as disgusted as he with their plight. He wanted to know what had driven her to continue subjecting herself to that pain over and over again. What had driven her to the depths of solitude. But most of all, he wanted to find some way that he could be of help to her. Right now, however, all that he could do for her was to continue to fight, shoving down the sorrow he felt with every swing of the sword that met flesh. He kept advancing forward through the mass of bodies before him. Let's see, using the torches on the wall as their beacons, Alphonse and Rose hurried as best they could through the maze of passages. Dozens of ghouls, dozens upon dozens, obstructed their path, but they continued to carve their way forward. They advanced but slowly, each battle taking a toll on their stamina and energy. Eventually, the path ahead of them opened, and they found themselves in a wide, spacious area. The ground there was gray and soft beneath their feet. It was earth, not stone. Number crosses were lined up in tidy rows in the sweeping space, probably erected during the Dark Ages. Their bindings looked so weathered that they could have crumbled to the ground at any moment. The area was lit only by a few sputtering torches, but it was enough to see that they must be in a catacomb of some sort. The atmosphere in the subterranean tomb was even gloomier than it had been in the passages they had passed through to reach it. At its center stood a single, silent man wearing a black coat over his tattered army uniform. Alphonse had been leading exhaustively against Rose after their seemingly endless battles with the ghouls, but when he spied the familiar figure, he let out a mighty yell. "Elroy!" His spokesman throughout the chamber. The other man didn't flinch in the slightest. Instead, he calmly turned to face him. The air grew heavy with malevolence. "I've been expecting you," he said. Smiling, he regarded them with amusement. As his lips crept farther and farther up, his needle-sharp fangs were slowly revealed. They were stained a deep wet red. Man. Alright, 4 more. I can see the finish line, everybody. I can see it. Oh god, 28, 31, 17 and 21 though. Okay, it evens out, but man, chapter 12. Alright, see if we can do this. We're at 3 hours in. This shit was no joke. Chapter 11, Battle in the Catacomb. Watching Elroy turn, I say was no joke as if I'm done. Watching Elroy turn, Rose knew with a sinking feeling that he had fully recovered from their previous battle. It was also obvious that he was much, much stronger. Considering how much blood he must have drunk to sprawl on the ghouls they had fought on their way to reach him, it was hardly surprising though. Nonetheless, neither Alphonse nor Rose had any way of telling exactly how powerful the monster before them had become. "Where's Luca?" Alphonse shouted. The vampire shrugged as if bored. "Who knows? Maybe I'll tell you if you beat me." He slowly raised his arms and stretched them towards the heavens. A incredible wave of power erupted from his palms, reverberating throughout the entire catacomb. Alphonse and Rose tensed, but then the rush of energy suddenly stopped. "What was that?" Alphonse asked cautiously. "No," cried Rose. The discharge of power had no immediate visible effect. She knew what was coming. Her grip on her sword tightened. A strange crumping sound filled the air. It's so weird to hear crumping, good lord. I don't think of crumping as like an urban slang thing. Like vast unseen movement, Alphonse's eyes darted over the area trying to find the source of the noise. Near one of the crosses he had noticed earlier, something white caught his eye. It was a skeletal human hand. With a start, he realized that similar grasping fingers and limbs were emerging from other graves surrounding them. Pushing bones or pushing and clawing at the dirt. And not long after, the bodies they belonged to began to heave their way out of the ground as well. The air was full of the crackling and cooking of bones and musty soil. Cadaverous remains of those who had been buried long ago. It seemed the skill to wake and manipulate the corpses of the dead was yet another ability in an elder vampire's repertoire. The new undead foes presented another problem. Unlike the ghouls, the skeletons were equipped with varying weapons and equipment. Some had axes, some swords, other swords, while many wore helmets and several had shields. Judging from all the armament on display, it seems safe to assume that those were buried in a particular catacomb. In this particular catacomb had all been warriors of those who had fallen in battle. Alphonse drew a sword, his back against Rose's. They were completely surrounded. Ha! What incredible power! Our shriek of laughter cut like a knife through the shuffling of withered feet, the creaking of rotten leather. His expression was suffused, yeah, I guess, of ecstasy as he surveyed his handiwork. Once free of their earthen graves, the skeletons stood completely still. Unlike the ghouls who operated entirely on the instinctive desire planted within them, the skeletons were soldiers in the truest sense of the word. They waited the command of the vampire who had awoken them from their eternal slumber. While sweeping cut of his hand, Elroy gave the signal to attack. The skeletons surged forward en masse toward Alphonse and Rose like a wave cresting the shoreline. Each of them held their weapons out at the ready. There were simply too many of them to block them all. Just before the undead army reached them, Alphonse felt Rose tap on his shoulder from behind. Instantly understanding what she was trying to tell him, swiftly crouched to the ground. As Alphonse ducked, Rose jumped high into the air, twisted the upper half of her body, her right arm stretched over the left side of her torso. With a powerful swipe, she swung that arm back to the right, her body making almost a full rotation. The motion lent even greater power to her swing as she whipped her temple sword around in a scything arc. The heads of the closest skeletons exploded into a few fine white powder. Segment blades made contact. Lokotaro made like a theater that's vaguely related to the plot of the two games. Yes. Kinda like this. Although this is more so canon, like straight up canon. Like, characters actually show up and mention this novel. Because this person shows up like years later. God, that reminds me though. I still can't wait for Nier. Soon. A few more days. Let's see. Sweat into fine white powder, segment blades in contact. Pure force behind the blow also blasted back the second row of skeletons, giving the pair precious breathing space. Letting the opening go to waste, Alphonse leaped up from the ground and charged toward the sea bones, towards the vampire. Some skeletons tried to oppose that advance, but he simply bashed them aside, slashing, kicking, punching, and otherwise doing whatever he had to in order to remove them from his path. It was ugly, but effective. Elroy was nearly in his reach. Rose, meanwhile, was doing all she could to draw the skeleton's attention. Switching rapidly between using her sword and pistols, she also did her best to cover Alphonse from afar, attacking enemies, bearing down on him from behind. Why, Elroy, what happened to you? Alphonse cried over the clamor of battle. He smashed his way through the legion of skeletons. He couldn't help but wonder how the two of them had come to this point to begin with. They had first met several years before when Alphonse joined the Imperial Army. Elroy had been an orphan who had lived in poverty, before being scouted out for the military by Gerard for his exceptional skill with the sword. As such, the two of them shared a lot in common. While Elroy didn't even know who his parents were, they were both orphans. They were both saved from solitude by Gerard. They soon felt an affinity towards one another, becoming good rivals and aiding each other on improving their skills. In between Xenosaga 2 and 3, you're supposed to watch an old Flash animation from the mid-2000s, where it translated a script of a Japanese-only mobile game to be properly paired. Wow. Damn. Zigoton, that's a big yikes. I was playing Cold Steel 1, and at some point the guy told me to listen to a drama CD to get like full context on the events, because they just do like a brief abridged version of events like at a certain point. Yikes. That's way worse. That's way worse than what I had to do. I just had to YouTube a drama CD and that was fine, no problem. I lived with it. I hated it, but I lived with it. That seems like more of a nightmare. What the hell is that about? That's the first I heard of that. Let's see. Bishop took a turn for the worse. Even so, Alphonse still saw Elroy as a comrade, respected his strength and skill. No matter how many times Elroy acted unpleasantly or coldly to him, that feeling had never changed for him. And that was why, even now, after all he had seen and done, he still couldn't bring himself to believe that Elroy was a vampire. That Elroy, someone he'd practically grown up with, was someone who could heartlessly take the lives of innocent people or toy with them as food. After what it seemed like an eternity... Sorry. He finally dispatched the last skeleton standing between him and Elroy. His path was clear. He raced towards the vampire, silver sword held high, a war cry erupting from his lips. Watching him with undisguised amusement, Elroy smoothly drew his own blade. Once again, their swords locked together in opposition. Won't you harm anyone else? As a friend, I can't allow you to. Don't you give me that. Elroy blocked out Alphonse's attack with a contemptuous swipe of his own sword. Held effortlessly in one hand, he then repelled Alphonse's blade with incredible force. Alphonse's arm was knocked back, but he turned it to his advantage and used the momentum from Elroy's attack to spin around and attack him with a sweeping horizontal slash. Again, Elroy rebuffed him, this time employing but a single finger. A digit was burned by the blade, but though it smoked, Elroy didn't show the faintest sign of concern. Instead, he began to focus his strength into it, causing the sword to begin to crack. Alphonse looked up with gritted teeth, expecting to see the familiar superior sneer on Elroy's face. But instead of a glimpse of a man assured of his own victory, he only saw pure hatred. The look was so intense that he almost faltered. Friend. How dare you call yourself my friend after you tried to steal what matters most to me? Elroy's words caught Alphonse so off guard that he wasn't able to react in time to parry the downward strike from Elroy's sword. Let me take some water. Oh my god. We're so close. I think that's a result of Bamco telling him to wrap it up. It's been a long time since I Xeno Saga. Oh my lord. Oh boy. Let's see. The blade made contact, slicing through Alphonse's guard and uniform from shoulder to navel. Blood sprayed in the wake of the slash, and he howled in pain. Hearing his cry, Rose called out in concern. The path he had carved to Elroy, however, had long since filled with skeletons that she was diverting. Alphonse knew he could expect no help from that quarter. Fortunately, the wound was fairly swallow. As if to demonstrate his fitness, he nimbly retreated backwards and raised his sword again. What are you talking about? I don't remember ever taking anything from you. Silence, your chance to repent has long since passed. Let's see. Elroy renewed his attack with relentless force. Alphonse tried valiantly to resist, but his injury impaired him from fighting to his full potential. Elroy managed to land one slash after another. Blood began to soak through his shirt. Though all superficial, the number of wounds on his body increased steadily and he began to feel lightheaded. Nonetheless, he raised his sword yet again, but only pure willpower kept the blade from wavering. Elroy watched this display with glee, his mouth quirked up with a smile of anticipated victory. Don't worry, you won't be alone for long. That vampire hunter and the girl from the tavern will be joining you soon. Alphonse trembled at the promise in those words, but they also filled him with renewed determination. Elroy, I don't know what you've got against me, but no matter what it is, I'm not going to let you kill me. I'm not going to go back on my promise. What are you talking about? Elroy asked, the same smile slipping from his face. You think you can kill me? Go right ahead and try, because I'm not going to die, and I will stop you. Enough! Enraged, Elroy finally clasped his sword in both hands. Fury and monstrous energy radiated from him in waves. Alphonse knew what this would be, that this would be his strongest attack yet. You're finished! Elroy cried, swinging his sword downward with all his might. Death approached from above, and Alphonse saw it coming, but he made no move to block it. The silver sword still raised in front of him. He took Elroy's attack head on. Once again, the vampire's blade made contact with Alphonse's left shoulder, caving through body, muscle, bone, and all. Or at least that was what he expected to happen. What? What happened next defied all logic. As the sword carried downward, it sheared through Alphonse's left collarbone, then stopped. Trembling with effort, Alphonse looked Elroy straight in the eye, and it was not the look of a man who had been bested. Alphonse hadn't decided to not defend against Elroy's attack. Instead, he had resolved to receive it and focus his concentration to its limit. The moment the blade entered his body, he had suddenly stiffened all of his muscles, thus allowing him to halt the sword's advance. What the fuck? Oh boy, okay. I was stunned by what had happened. The outcome was just so far removed from the victory he had envisioned that he could only gape at the other man. Or was it shock that Alphonse had been courting? It was the opening he had so desperately created. Knowing the pain surging through his body, Alphonse prepared to strike, however released his own sword's hilt. Unable to free the blade embedded in Alphonse's shoulder, he took a half step back, weaponless, defenseless. The tip of Alphonse's silver sword flew forwards, piercing the vampire straight through the chest. As it sank deep and true, the catacomb felt silent, but with a dry sound almost like a sigh. The skeleton's rows had been, fighting crumbled into the ground. Finally free from the need to fight them any longer, he stopped and turned to Alphonse. He watched in mute astonishment as Alphonse withdrew his sword from the vampire's chest. Or he dropped to his knees and then collapsed. His enemy defeated, Alphonse then turned his attention to himself. Maximum anime muscle bullshit. Yeah, I'm like, what is going on? With clenched teeth, he pulled out the sword that had been embedded in his left shoulder. Blood spurted in a bright arc as he freed it. He tried to stop the bleeding by holding his hand over it, but the wound was just too deep. Blood continued to flow out between his fingers. Maybe I overdid it a little, he said a bit unsteadily. Rose sighed. You truly are unbelievable. He picked her way over to him, carefully sidestepping bones and weapons in her path. Gently she placed a hand over his, and Alphonse felt a warm sensation suffuse his body. She was using her thaumaturgy to heal his injuries. You only have one life, she chided him. You shouldn't treat it so carelessly. I always knew that you were foolish, but perhaps foolish, idiotic, imbecile is more appropriate. Yes. Also, wait a minute. I forgot to lower the music a little bit. Well, I could do this. Well, no, it's just fine, though. We're close to the end. Yes. Despite the admonishing tone of her words, Alphonse could tell from her face just how relieved she was that he was alright. Feeling somewhat guilty for worrying her so much, he watched as his wound rapidly began to close. All her thaumaturgy could only heal physical wounds and not restore his lost stamina. It was still more than sufficient as first aid. Suddenly, they heard a soft groaning sound from nearby. It come from Elroy, who was looking up at the ceiling with a vacant expression. His skin had begun to crack and slowly crumble away. He seemed to be trying to say something, but his voice was so quiet it was impossible to make out what. He slowly drew one of her silver pistols and pointed it at Elroy's head. Alphonse started, What are you? His fate is sealed regardless. But I can't allow him to pass like this. There wasn't a moment to waste. As a vampire hunter, she had a duty to finish off her targets. To Alphonse, her decision seemed heartless, but he also knew that she had no choice. And yet it still frustrated him that it had to end like this. He still had a lot of questions that he wanted to ask Elroy. Had he been a vampire for the whole of the time that they had known each other? What had driven him to start taking the lives of innocents now? And why did he hate him so much? Nonetheless, he knew the vampires were simply too dangerous to be allowed to exist. As such, he stood silently, allowing her to do what she thought had to be done. But Rose simply stood with her pistol pointed at Elroy's head, never pulling its trigger. This doesn't make any sense, she murmured. Alphonse looked at her. What doesn't? I don't understand. What don't you understand? There was puzzlement and not a bit of wariness in Rose's reply. There's no scent, none at all. Scent of what? The scent of an elder vampire. At that moment, something flew at incredible speed through the darkness. Two long, narrow objects made up of filthy black blood flashed towards them in a blur. Rose, who sensed their approach first, immediately pushed Alphonse out of the way. As he was thrust from the path of the objects, Alphonse watched in horror as the sharply pointed lances of blood mercilessly pierced Rose's chest. Oh boy. He fell to the ground with a whump. A moment later, Rose thudded down beside him. Blood began to pool around her inner body. Alphonse couldn't process what was happening, nor was he able to rise to his feet. So weak was he from his earlier battle. Well, well, said a voice. I certainly couldn't have seen that coming. I was hoping to finish you both off at the same time. Out of darkness, the lances had emerged from stepped a figure whose outline and gait was achingly familiar. A man in a military uniform who he knew better than anyone else. Looks like you managed to cheat death again, huh, Al? Good. Gerard? What the fuck is going on? He didn't want to believe what he was saying. What the shit? Oh god. Alright. This is the longest one by far. If we get through this, we're almost done. Let's see. So chapter 12, Elder Vampire. Gerard was Alphonse's superior and the commanding officer of a unit of the Imperial Army responsible for maintaining law in Northern Heimdall. Widely known as the Gerard team, more than that, he was like a father to Alphonse, as he was the man who had taken him in and raised him after Alphonse had lost his parents. Alphonse knew how hard Gerard had been working to try and catch the culprit behind the vampire murders, and how much anguish he felt at not being able to find any leads as to who the criminals might be, even if he tried not to show it to his subordinates. His desire to help ease that burden on his foster parent was part of the reason that Alphonse was so determined to catch the murderer himself. 31. Man, I say I struggle to read manga, and yeah, I'm doing all this shit right now. I'm like, well, actually, no, it's more so the routine, but I'm like, damn. I got no excuse after doing this shit. Let's see. Determined to catch the murderer himself. What was Gerard doing here on the underground with them? Supposed to be at the tavern at the Elroy that Elroy attacked? Taking command of the operation, what business could he possibly have here? Alphonse didn't understand, or rather, he didn't want to understand. Gerard regarded Alphonse with a strange mix of disappointment and affection, like a father looking at his naughty child. Well, I suppose this is a lot to take in for you. Galton made the same face when Alphonse addressed him too familiarly while on duty. Thinking about Gerard was the same as ever, and he found that very fact deeply disturbing. It was then that he noticed that Luca was standing next to Gerard, her eyes vacant. She didn't seem all that bothered by the carnage all around her. In fact, she didn't even seem to be aware of it at all. Charm? Said a weak voice? So then that means you must be... Returning to his senses, Alphonse looked over and... Oh, I see. Sorry, I thought it was Luca talking or someone else. Direction of the voice. It was Rose. She was still lying on the ground. Blood bubbled on her lips from the effort of speaking. It was immediately obvious just from looking at her that the damage she had sustained was lethal. Gerard, seemingly surprised that she was still alive, responded to her unfinished question. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Vampire Hunter. My name is Gerard. I'm the elder vampire that you two have been chasing all this time. You seem to have no interest in hiding the truth anymore. Sir. It was Elroy. Barely clinging to life, he crawled across the ground to Gerard's feet. His clawed hand grasped weakly at Gerard's pant leg, as if trying to cling to him. I'm sorry, sir. Gerard kneeled down and took Elroy's hand. Bending over, he lifted him up like a parent might take a child in their arms. It's alright, Elroy. You did wonderfully in luring that loathsome vampire hunter to the capital. It was right to believe in you. I couldn't have asked for more. Listening to Gerard praise him, Elroy's expression was one of complete peace. So I have no further use for you. Sleep well. The warmth from Gerard's words seemed to drain in an instant. The next moment, a twisted grin emerged on his face, revealing beast-like fangs. No sooner had Alphonse noticed them that they sank into Elroy's neck. Oh shit, okay. Sorry, I'm not gonna scream. I'm not gonna scream all that. First time, Alphonse was forced to witness a vampire drinking blood. Elroy howled out in agony, screams so piercing that Alphonse wanted to cover his ears to block them out. With agonizing slowness, Gerard drank his blood. By draining him, also absorbed the life energy of tens upon tens of innocent human beings that Elroy had killed. All of a sudden, Elroy's formerly youthful body began to shrivel up like a desiccated husk of corn. What a lovely image. As his youth evaporated, Gerard's vitality grew exponentially. Black smoke began to pour from the youth's body, hiding it from sight. Elroy's cries grew hoarse and stopped entirely. Finally, his body turned to dust, which fell into the damp earth of the catacomb. The smoke finally cleared, leaving only Gerard. He was now clad in a black coat. In place of his army uniform, instead of the middle-aged man he had been previously, he now appeared to be roughly the same age as Alphonse. What the fuck? A small line of blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. He lapped it up with his tongue, his expression one of pure bliss. He then started to look himself over, taking everything as if trying to adjust to his new body. The man before him was no longer the Gerard that Alphonse once knew. He was the very image of the vampires that appeared in Erebonian legends. Ah, simply delicious. It's been over a decade since I last had the chance to taste human blood. but it's just as wonderful as I remembered. That was well worth going through all that tedious preparation for. He gave a satisfied sigh. Alphonse can only look at him in horrified disbelief. So you were the one who turned Elroy into a vampire? You were the one who made him drink blood just so you could take it all from him? Now, Gerard hissed. That's not quite true. I'll have you know that Elroy willingly chose to become one of us. Gerard placed his hand on his chest and mock solemnly, yeah, making sure I read that right. Solemnity. He cast his eyes downwards in a thoroughly exaggerated fashion. Elroy was an orphan. He had lived a poor, lonely life, more so than anyone else I've ever known. But I saw that he was capable of a sword and invited him into an army. And so he came to be dependent on me, just as I thought he would. Gerard wiped an imaginary tear from the corner of his eye. What the hell? It was as if he saw me as his real father. He had a whiffle laugh. Fawn shuddered at the sound, chills running through his whole body. Sorry, I gotta take some more water. Oh boy. Man, I really thought this was going to be 2 hours. Oh boy, little did I know. Eventually, he started to resent you for the fact that I had always raised you like a real son. He wanted to receive that treatment himself, so he tried to find a way to steal that position from you. One day, I decided to reveal my true identity to him, and invited him to become a vampire as well. He gladly agreed, hoping that by doing so, he would be able to be more useful to me than you. Hoping that I would... Oh, shoot, I pressed the wrong button. Where is it? Let's see. I would favor him more than I did you. A short distance away, Rose still lay on the ground, unable to move and frustrated by what she was hearing. In all likelihood, Gerard had given a fraction of his power to Elroy, which turned him into a vampire. A sense of that was the reason that Rose assumed that he was the elder vampire that they were searching for, but she had been wrong. And if not for her mistake, they wouldn't be in this perilous situation to begin with. For his part, Alphonse was stunned, at the revelation that Elroy had held a grudge against him all this time, as well as a reason for it. It wasn't as though Alphonse had done anything wrong himself, or even tried to hurt Elroy. And yet he was filled with a deep sense of regret. If only he had realized how Elroy felt earlier. Perhaps he could have prevented him from becoming a vampire, and avoided all of this happening. Furthermore, he had no choice but to admit to himself that Gerard was the true culprit behind all of this, and the man who had manipulated a lonely boy to kill countless people so that he didn't have to dirty his own hands. All of a sudden, the fact that they had been unable to stop the vampire murders no matter how much they strengthened their nighttime patrols made perfect sense. After all, what chance did they have when the mastermind himself was in charge of organizing them? As that truth dawned on him, Alphonse felt a dull, terrible ache in his heart. A thoughtful from Gerard brought Alphonse back to things at hand. The vampire licked his lips. Now that my hunger has finally been sated, I suppose all that remains is dessert, he purred. I guess it works that way for vampires, fuck it. He glanced sideways towards vacant-eyed Luca. With undisguised desires, he then wrenched his eyes away, focused on the still form of Rose. But before that, he said, suddenly raising his left hand and pointing it at her, I think it's about time our dear vampire hunter left the stage for good. Where Alphonse could even react, countless lances of blood like the two that had struck before, formed and flew from his palm towards the fallen woman. Alphonse cried out but could do nothing to stop their flight. Rose saw the danger and reacted. Still lying on the ground, she dropped the pistol that she had, particularly been aiming at Gerard. The last second, used every bit of strength that remained to her to roll out of the way. She avoided instant death, but it would only be momentary reprieve if the vampire decided to strike again. Gerard shook his head in amazement. Ha! You really are a tenacious one, aren't you? Then how about... Stop! Just as Gerard was about to launch his next attack, Alphonse jumped at him. Sword raised, he slashed with everything he could muster. The sword made contact, but aside from a dull ringing sound, it didn't seem to do any actual damage. Oh my, that's no way to show your appreciation to the man who raised you all these years, Gerard said, laughing. He flicked his index finger at Alphonse's forehead, causing an unimaginably powerful shockwave which sent him flying backwards through the air. God, I'm imagining the shonen fight happening right now. Silver Sword Rose had given him was supposed to be able to kill vampires, yet it wasn't able to do so much as scratch Gerard. It was then that Alphonse realized that he was up against a true elder vampire. Filled with the life energy of countless humans that Elra had collected, he stood no chance whatsoever against. The weight of that understanding filled him with despair. The vampire, meanwhile, seemed to think of something. Oh, I know. While I'm telling you all of this, there's one other little thing that you might be interested to know. Think of this as a reward for surviving for so long. Winded from the blow, Alphonse could only gasp. What? He struggled to rise, but he only got as far as kneeling. Gerard looked down at him, a vulgar smile playing at his lips. The one who killed your parents was me. Shock and awe. I'm not surprised. Just as Alphonse had the thought that nothing else could surprise him, he was proved wrong. Gerard's words dragged the sight of his mother and father, all the blood drained from their bodies, lying dead in their home over 10 years ago, up from his memories. Gerard continued, seeming to enjoy Alphonse's reaction. There really was a vampire in that village back then. Naturally, I'm referring to me. Your father seemed to realize the first part and set about trying to find out the vampire's identity in secret. I was the first that Alphonse had heard about this. No idea that his father had once tried to do exactly what he and Rose had. He was an exceptionally capable soldier, Gerard continued. Far too capable to be stuck in a backwater village like that. But that ended up being his undoing. He very nearly succeeded in discovering that it was I whom he was seeking. That's why I killed him with my own hands. Him and his wife who was helping him. Alphonse stumbled to his feet and broke into a lurching charge at Gerard. With frenzied slashes and thrusts, he attacked the vampire almost as if to avoid having to listen to what it was saying. Gerard laughed as he battered away the weak blows. The only problem with my plan was you, Al. I had intended to kill you at the same time. You were still a child at the time, but I couldn't allow anyone who might know my true identity to live. And yet, when I came to take care of them, you were away from the house. No matter how many times Alphonse hacked at Gerard, he could not connect. His silver sword, his fury, his grief, it all seemed meaningless against his foe. Nothing he could do hurt the creature who had taken everything from him. Completely ignoring Alphonse, Gerard continued talking. I couldn't very well kill you on a separate occasion either, he sighed. Not with the chance that vampire hunter I heard was skulking about. Might catch wind of it and come after me. Too many strange murders in such a small town like that would be quite suspicious. After all, and that's why I decided to keep you close to me instead, so that I could keep an eye on you myself. Effectively, it seemed Gerard's plan was to make sure that Alphonse never remembered anything that might help him realize the vampire's true identity. If he had, he would have been killed. The man he thought he knew, the man who had cared for him like a father, was a lie. Slowly, as the full bitter truth began to sink in, he could feel the hot prickle of tears stinging his eyes. But that won't be necessary anymore. I have no reason to allow you to live any longer. I had previously been disregarding all of Alphonse's futile attempts to hurt him, but suddenly he went on the offensive. Lighting quick, he bypassed Alphonse's guard, and his fist made contact with the young man's right side. Bones crumpled under the sharp blow, and once again Alphonse was sent flying. He landed hard, but was almost immediately up once again through the sheer force of will. The pain was incredible. Something was broken inside him, but it didn't matter. He simply couldn't forgive the man, the creature in front of him, for what he had done. You can't win, Al. You must know that. Just give up and die. This time Gerard came to him. His attacks were relentless, like water gushing from a broken dam. Again and again, his tightly clenched fist pounded Alphonse with the force of a wrecking ball. Unable to defend himself from the onslaught, Alphonse was showered with punches. Blood sprang through the air with every strike. Al, faintly he heard Rose calling his name. She barely seemed to be able to maintain consciousness. If he lost here, Rose would be killed for sure, as would Luca. Losing wasn't an option. Being killed wasn't an option. Defeat of any kind wasn't an option, considering what was at stake. A sharp pain in his side signaled another bone breaking. Blood dribbled, down his lips as he bit back a groan. The more time passed, the more closer he was drawing to death's door. Nonetheless, he slowly raised his sword again, swinging it downwards with the last of his strength. As he did, Gerard aimed yet another punch at him from directly in front. With a dull metallic sound, the blade snapped in two. The power of the blow sent the top half flying. It flipped end over end, and black, clear enough, black, cleared through Alphonse's right shoulder. It ended impaled into the ground next to where Rose lay. The moment it sliced through him, it felt as though his strings had been cut as well. He had no more energy left to fight. He couldn't even maintain his grip on the broken sword in his hand. He crumbled on the ground, too exhausted to go on. As he did, another faint memory of the past resurfaced in his mind. During the short period before his parents' murders, there had met a girl who often came to their home, who had introduced herself as an acquaintance of his father's. She used to take him out to play practically every day, so that he wouldn't disturb his father while he was working. Thinking back, the work he had been doing must have been investigating the vampire. It was one of those days that the murders took place. If he had been home with his parents at the time, he would no doubt have been killed alongside them. It was thanks to her taking him out that day that he had been able to live in ignorance for so long, and avoided being killed by Gerard. He had long forgotten her, perhaps because his parents' murders had left such a deep scar inside him, and all other memories of the period had been pushed into the depths of his subconscious. He found himself wondering how she was doing now, whether she was alright. He hoped she was. I need some more water. Oh my god. Almost done, just 2 more after this. Shoutouts Motorcycle Outside. Let's see. These were the idle thoughts that filled him as he lay defeated on the ashen earth, Gerard's mocking laughter filling his ears. And now, Al, I think it really is time to finish this. Your mother and father are waiting for you up there with the goddess. Vampire held the fingers on his right hand, straight and rigid, thumb folded inwards as if performing karate chop. He then swung it downwards towards Alphonse like the blade of a guillotine, aiming directly for his neck. White light suddenly filled the area, obscuring all else. At the same time, Alphonse heard the sound of something rending the air. Realizing that he was still alive, he slowly opened his eyes. The hand that had been about to slice through Alphonse's neck now. The sequel, Crimson Rune Rose Lord. The hand that had been about to slice through Alphonse's neck now had a gigantic hole at its center. Gerard had his left hand wrapped around his right wrist, was staring at the hole in horror. Unable to process what had just happened, the edges of the wound smoked and sizzled. Impossible! Before him stood Rose. Her injuries had been beyond most humans' ability to even survive. Yet there she stood, unwavering, a smoking silver pistol in her hand. Her lips were still bright with blood, but her voice was steady. I will not allow you to lay another finger on him. Her eyes blazed with bright crimson fire. Well, there you go. I guess there's a crimson. 17 and 21. Okay. Okay, these are reasonable, you guys. These are reasonable. Oh. Chapter 13. True Ancestor. Rose had been prepared to accept her own death. Gerard's lances of blood had perforated several of her organs. No longer had the strength to use thaumaturgy to heal herself. Considering that her occupation was hunting vampires, she always knew what might happen, or that this might happen. But one day, one of the vampires she tried to kill might instead end her own life. Oh yeah, the last one was canceled. Have to make sure. Nonetheless, her task was to try and defeat as many of them as she could before that happened. That was her penance, her way that she would try to atone. But that time had finally come. She had done all that she could, and yet she had been powerless to defeat Gerard. If she just closed her eyes, she would never wake up again. Perhaps that would be the easiest and least painful option. Her consciousness fading, her lids began to drop, or droop. But then she saw something in the corner of her field vision. Alphonse, desperately struggling against something that he could not hope the best. To see him fighting on, he who battled beside her every step of the way, made her heart ache. She watched his final last-ditch attack fail, silver sword she had given him shatter. Upper half of its... Wait, what? Let's see. The upper half, okay, of its broken blade flew towards her, pierced the damp earth by her head. The silvery sheen of the sword fragment blurred in her vision, then came back into focus. It was wet with Alphonse's blood. Thump. The sound of her heart pounding drowned out all other noises. It was a sensation that she was determined to never feel again, or rather, one that she felt, but desperately tried to ignore. But she couldn't surrender herself to death just yet. Alphonse had sworn to her that he wouldn't allow himself to die. He was doing everything possible to keep that promise. It was her turn to show the same kind of courage that he was. She reached out a hand, ignoring the pain running through it, and grasped the broken blade. She bent it close to her upturned face and stretched out her tongue towards the blood dripping down its surface, and she licked it. The instant blood touched her lips, her vision became awash in a scarlet haze. She knew that she was taking a huge risk, and yet her heart was filled with a new, different resolve. It was a risk worth taking. You can't be. You can't be! Gerard glared at her, still clutching at his wound with his left hand. She opened her mouth again to speak, her whole body shrouded in a faint crimson radiance. My name is Roselia, she said. I'm a descendant of the loathsome race of vampires, and a true ancestor. Yep, I'm not even surprised. Man, Tsukihime vibes were pretty strong. To introduce herself anew, she gave a polite curtsy. Alphonse watched the exchange from his low vantage point on the ground. It was not the first time he had heard the term true ancestor, called Rose mentioning it once before. She said they were the legitimate descendants of the vampire race. In one hand, Rose held one of her pistols. In the other, the fractured end of the silver longsword she had given Alphonse. By licking the blood that it had been coated in, she had been able to return from the brink of death, just like Gerard had been able to revitalize himself. Wait a minute. Just that little bit of blood, okay. Revitalized himself by drinking Rose's blood before. The connection was clear, and yet unlike Gerard's gruesome action, Rose's blood drinking seemed more like some kind of holy ritual. Perhaps due to his inability to move or do anything other than lie and watch, Alphonse was able to process the situation quite sedately. Rose had been a vampire all along. He found himself somehow unalarmed by that bit of information and didn't question it. Gerard was not so calm. A true ancestor? Impossible! The true ancestors are all... Rose spread her hands in acknowledgement. Indeed, the true ancestors are no more. They chose to allow themselves to perish. They realized the truth, that if human blood was required for the race to continue to exist, then the right thing to do was to allow it to die. That a life such as that has no meaning. I'm the very last true ancestor in existence. She spoke solemnly, her expression dignified. I cannot forgive your kind. You elder vampires fled because you were unable to suppress your lust for blood. And then you brought shame on the name vampire by attacking innocent humans. All because of your inability to resist your obscene desires. I can call it something? Sorry, no. I heard something, but I think it was a different conversation. Spare me your lecturing, Gerard yelled. Quickly thrust on the right hand with Rose had damage. From it emerged another barrage of blood. Lances were shot towards Rose at great speed. The moment they were about to impale her body, she turned into red mist. Generating a blast wave in the air, instantly she reappeared behind Gerard, both pistols in her hands, and fired bullet after bullet into his body. The bullets emanating the same effulgent red aura as Rose, struck him all over. Gerard was thrown by the impacts, which hit him with the force of shotgun shells. He twitched and groaned on the ground in agony. Satisfied that the vampire would be immobile for a time, Rose crouched down beside Alphonse. His eyes were open, watching, but he was unable to move. Rose gently caressed his cheek with her hand. Thank you, Al. Thanks to you, I now know what I must do. A lot that I want to say to you, but for now we'll have to wait. Alphonse turned his head towards her. For a brief moment, he saw the figure of the girl he had played with when he was a child. He finally realized the truth. Too exhausted to even open his mouth, he had to content himself with silently encouraging her in his own mind, almost as if she could sense him doing so. Rose nodded and then stood up again. She looked over at Gerard with the same solemn expression as before. His wound had begun to close. The time that it took for them to do so said everything. power of a true ancestor was enough to be able to contend with him. Ah, foolish girl, what's wrong with drinking blood to survive? Humans take the lives of others so they can continue to exist too. How is what we do any different? Rose shook her head. It is completely different. Vampires have inhuman strength, can manipulate others to do whatever they desire, spawn ghouls as a byproduct of what they do. Everything about our existence goes against the natural laws of the world. We're a violation of the will of the goddess, and that is why we should be confined to the realm of the fairy tales. Rose is a vampire who hunted other vampires because of her own strong beliefs and ideals. A vampire who had resolved to deny her own race, wipe them out, hoping that they would all be forgotten forever. Alphonse desperately tried to stay conscious, his eyes fixed on her. He finally understood the ideal that she strived for, and the true nature of the solitude she carried. A solitude that not even those of her own race could possibly understand. You little. Have it your way then, grinding his teeth in anger. Gerard held out a hand before him. From the palm formed a monstrous sword made up of jet black blood. The black coat that he wore also began to squirm and transform. Giant wings, like those of a bat, emerged from the quivering mass. With a toss of his head, I was like, sorry, what? They unfurled, extending to either side of him. They flapped once, twice. Gerard rose into the air. Suddenly, Luca fell to the ground, unconscious. Gerard had released the charm he had on her to concentrate all of his energy into this next attack. Allow me to bring an end to your bloodline for good. Turn the name True Ancestors to ancient history where it belongs. Also, let me take some more water. Man, I will say this. Reading all this certainly has made me drink a lot of water in between, so that's a positive. I think by the end of this, I will have gone through 5 bottles of water. So that's something. Stay hydrated. Total wise, that would at least be like 70-ish ounces? 80? I'm not sure. Haven't done the math in my head because it's freaking 16.9 for some reason. Let me see. Yeah, 16.9. I'm not doing that math. Fuck that. Anyway, almost done. Let's see. Rose drew her Templar sword, her navy coat. Still bathed in scarlet light. Came bat-like wings as well. Held his gaze as she ascended to his level. Time you gave up the name Elder Vampire, you do nothing but soil it. Blades drawn, they confronted one another in midair, charged energy crackling through the catacombs. Alphonse lay back, unable to do anything but observe. The next moment, their shadows crossed at lightning speed. In an instant, they had exchanged places in the air. Both had swung their swords. The blade of Rose's Templar sword, however, was nowhere to be seen. All that could be glimpsed here and there in the flickering torchlight was the glinting of wires stretched to their limit. Ha! Art was the first to make a sound. Lines ran across his body in a crisscross of faint stripes. As he laughed, the lines spread like cracks, slowly multiplying and widening, almost as if his body hadn't quite realized that it had been cut at all. All its parts that formed the Templar swords, the blade had passed through his body over and over in a single instant. Rose turned. With a snap of the wrist, caused the wires connecting the blade's parts to bend. Metallic clicks of interlocking metal. The parts flew through the air and came together. The sword was once again whole. Farewell, said Rose. I'm sure we'll meet again, one day in hell. I'm assuming Gerard is laughing there. Lord. As the Templar sword returned to its complete form, the body of the Elder Vampire crumpled to the ground. Feet first. Did I miss anything? Oh no, that was the last page. Okay. Okay. We're at the final chapter. Oh my lord. Chapter 14, A New Dawn. When Alphonse awoke, he found himself in the center of the catacomb. No sound stirred the musty air. The first thing he saw as his eyes opened was the gentle smile of Rose as she looked down at him. She was no longer surrounded by crimson glow that he had witnessed earlier. She seemed to have healed him as well. He could hardly pretend to be back at full strength, but he was at the very least not capable of moving. Next to him lay Luca, fast asleep. She had no visible wounds, but she was clearly exhausted from all the night's events. She'd been through quite an ordeal after all. What happened to Gerard? Alphonse had lost consciousness around when he and Rose clashed in the air. Hadn't witnessed any of the aftermath. I can't talk. Rising shakily to his feet, he saw Rose indicate a point at short distance away by turning her head in that direction. There he saw the body of Gerard, or at least part of it. Everything below his chest had vanished. Ow. His voice was weak, but somehow he was still alive. Looking at him, Alphonse couldn't help but feel pity. How anything could survive in such a state he didn't know. But it was a testament to the incredible powers of the vampire race that he still drew breath. It was not a state that would last, however. He is beyond saving, Rose said with certainty. She slowly loaded a bullet into her pistol and pointed it at Gerard's temple. It seemed as though she had deliberately waited until Alphonse awoke before finishing him off. But I thought it best to wait so that you could witness this yourself. Alphonse looked from the gun to Gerard. Oh, right. Gently began to squeeze her finger against the trigger. Gerard cast his eyes downward, a look of acceptance on his face. But before she could pull it completely, Alphonse stopped her. Looking at her bewildered expression, he pulled out from his uniform the silver short sword that he had originally given to him. Let me do it. So you want to carry out your revenge? Yourself, do you? Sneered Gerard in response. What a fool you are. You have no reason to hurt your own hands. Why do you humans have to make such a big deal out of such trivial things? That's what makes you so easy to manipulate. Silence, Rose said, raising her gun a second time. Alphonse shook his head at her and turned to Gerard. I've always thought of you as a father. Maybe it was all a lie. Maybe you had ulterior motives for everything you did. But I still think of you like a parent even now. And I'm grateful for all that you did for me. Gucci game is out. Looks so good. Only on Apple devices right now. That's the problem I've seen in general. Like, even like Platinum Games had like a game that looked kind of interesting. It kind of looked like it was going after like Okami vibes for sure with the art style. And then I saw it was Apple Arcade and I just gave up. I was like, damn it, this sucks. Apple Arcade exclusive titles, it's like the new Epic Game Store where it's like, oh, cool stuff's coming out. Hope it comes out somewhere else later. Yeah. Anyway, let's see. For all that you did for me. Like a shock flashed across Gerard's face. Others appeared to stun as well. Alphonse continued. So I'm not doing this for revenge. I'm not doing this so I can move on. Put all of this in the past. Start a new life. Or are you saying I am doing this? Yeah, so you can move on. Alphonse looked down at the man, creature who had cared for him, raised him, and who he had thought loved him. With an ache in his heart, he swung the sword. Rose watched on in silence. Okay, I know we're almost done. I gotta take another 5-minute break, yo. Sorry. That's all the water, man. Oh my lord. It is what it is. So, I guess I'll go back and put this music on. Why not? It's good. Oh wait, I just picked the save it. Oh shit. That's unfortunate. Oh well. That was toward the end of the game anyway. But GG. Oh, let me load. Cool, let me load and not mess us up further. Where is it? But yeah, in 5 minutes once again. Okay, there we go. All right, let's finish this. Where are we at? I think it was like chapter. Yeah, there we go. Only sound that broke the still quiet of the underground was the steady tread of their boots against the slimy cobblestones. Together, Rose and Alphonse tracked back through the gloomy passage towards the surface, with Rose leading the way. On Alphonse's back was Luca, still oblivious to the world. Whenever they came across the corpse of one of the innocents who had been turned into a ghoul, he stopped, closed his eyes, and prayed for them. Rose had told him that the church would be sending people to collect their bodies, give them a full burial later. As the existence of vampires and ghouls was not to be made public, all of what happened here would be buried. The world would never know the truth behind the vampire murderers. They made their way through the torchlit channel and eventually reached the area near the entrance where natural light now shone through. Rose stopped so suddenly that Alphonse almost walked into her. "Whoa, what's wrong?" he asked, readjusting Luca's position on his back. Rose hesitated. "There's actually one more thing that I have to tell you." She turned to him, looking heavily apologetic. Her words were followed by another period of silence, as if she was having trouble mustering the courage to tell him the truth. Realizing this, Alphonse decided to save her. Decided to save her. It's about how the person who died trying to help you was my father. Yep. I was like, I saw that coming a while ago. So you realized? Rose herself hadn't made the connection until she discovered Gerard's true identity. But the true... let's see. Two cases were so closely connected that she had eventually understood. Been over a decade ago that Alphonse's father had coincidentally come to meet the vampire hunter Rose. He found out that she was pursuing vampires, and they had agreed to work together to the same end. Eventually, he had been but one step away from discovering the identity of the nearby vampire, in other words... nearby vampire. In other words, his friend Gerard. But that was when Gerard had realized that he was in danger of being found out. He killed him before he had the chance to share his findings with her. I can't believe Alphonse is just Lloyd Bannings. I can't believe this. How did you know that was me? I have no way of knowing how many other vampire hunters may be out there after all. Alphonse gave her a sheepish smile. During the fight earlier, I finally remembered to meeting you back then. Alphonse's father had always been worried about the possibility that his family might be harmed because of his research. That was why he had come to ask Rose to watch over his child whenever he was investigating. It had taken him a long time to recall the girl who had played with him all those summers ago, but Alphonse had finally placed that familiar gentle smile. She nodded. Finding the truth to him, I was responsible for getting your father involved in this to begin with. I should have searched for and fought the vampires by myself, and yet I wasn't able to refuse his offer. Despite that weakness resulting in the death of him and his wife, I wasn't able to refuse your offer this time either. Rose had been fighting a solitary battle against his own race, or her own race, for decades. It wasn't difficult to imagine her eventually hoping unconsciously that someone, anyone, would hold out a hand and help her. That was why when Alphonse and his father had done just that, she couldn't bring herself to turn them down. Never intended to drink blood again, either. Didn't want to admit that I was a monster just like him. And just like the other vampires, I grew weaker by the year as a result. But still, I was determined not to do it. Alphonse Lloyd Tono, yes. Yes, actually. Look of disgust crossed her face. And again, I ended up breaking my own vow and drinking it, regardless. Perhaps I'm no different from the rest of them after all. Alphonse knew the solitude she had endured better than anyone else, so he replied with a smile. Don't worry about it, he said. You did it to save me, didn't you? That alone makes you different from other vampires. I'm sure my parents would be grateful for all that you've done. If not for you, I would have been killed. And if not for you, we wouldn't have been able to solve the murders here either. So thank you. I was replying in the face of his warm words, but turned away from him. For the first time, she felt as though she could accept herself. The thorns which had been constricting her heart receded as if melting away. Alphonse began walking again, his eyes pointed straight ahead, tactfully avoiding looking at Rose's face while she stood still, her shoulders quivering. Alright. After that, neither of them said another word to the other as they made their way to the exit. The natural light peeking into the tunnel here and there gradually grew brighter, and eventually the gate came into view. Emerging entirely from the underground, they could see that the eerie red moon no longer hung in the sky. In its place was the sun, burning the morning haze away and bathing the city in dazzling bright sunlight. Well, this is where I must take my leave, Rose said, giving Alphonse a slight bow. The vampire's presence gone from the city, Rose's mission was now over, but she had no reason to remain. Much as Alphonse wished he could stay longer, he nodded, responding with a simple, "Alright. Where will we go next?" he asked. Rose shook her head. "I don't know," she replied. Wherever she went, she would no doubt be pursuing yet another vampire. There would also be no doubt that she would find herself fighting against it in a battle to the death, too. That was her duty as a vampire hunter and as a true ancestor. When you've done everything that you need to do, come back here. What? Rose had already walked a short distance ahead of him, but she turned around again at his words. "I'm always waiting here for you," he said. Alphonse had no idea how long it would take for her to fulfill the duty that she had sworn to see to the end, but it didn't matter. He wanted her to know that there would always be a place for her to return to, and as long as that was the case, she would never be alone again. "Thank you." Rose smiled, unable to conceal the happiness welling up within her. Alphonse returned the smile, and once more she turned, striding away into the brilliant sunlight. She didn't turn around again on Alphonse's back. Luca had awoken, and had been awake for some time. Couldn't help but feel a little jealous at their exchange, but she decided to feign being asleep so as to not interrupt their farewells. GG. Thus, the vampire murders that had terrorized the people of Heimdall suddenly came to an end. No one the wiser, as to the culprit of the conclusions of the whole affair. The criminal dead, the murders would simply stop, and the case itself would be doomed to be left unsolved for all eternity. No doubt the people of the city would one day forget that they had ever happened at all, or they would live on as a kind of urban legend. No one believing such stories could possibly be true. But Alphonse would always remember what had happened. He would never forget the case where he had lost several people who were deeply important to him. He would also never forget that he had found someone else important to him during it all. And he prayed that one day in the future, she would be able to find peace, freed from the deep solitude and arduous duty that burdened her. "Every dark night is followed by a bright new dawn," he murmured. "So I'm sure that one day a new dawn will come to you too." Alphonse stood still, watching silently as Rose walked off into the distance and vanished into the morning sun. End. Oh my lord, we're free. Okay, so that was pretty cool. Although, man, the Tsukihime parallels are pretty up there. It's kind of funny. I don't know, maybe this is taking, like, you know, inspiration from somewhere else too, but god, that is funny. But it wasn't bad. God, I cannot believe there's like so many books you could read. That took 4 hours, which I guess might be normal. I could have probably shaved off like an hour if I wasn't reading with chat, maybe. Not that I'm complaining, but yeah, that was pretty cool. I'd imagine if I did read it earlier, which, god, I'm kind of glad I did the stream anyway, because yeah, there was no way I was gonna finish reading all of that, like, casually in between those streams, because that's like, yeah, let me just set aside several hours to read this, or at least, like, you know, 2 or 3 would probably be like the time it takes me. Because sweet Jesus, that's a long one. That is the longest story by far. At least compared to Gambler Jack and the other ones, I'm like, man, it takes a minute. But it was pretty good. I imagine if I did see, like, you know, Rose's, like, big reveal. In fact, yeah, what's up, Runux? But I'd imagine if I saw her reveal, you know, and, like, you know, I don't know, it doesn't blow my mind either. That means voices Len and White Len and Melty Blood. What the hell? Oh my lord. At that point, I'm trying to believe she influenced that story. Good lord. Although apparently Rose did say, or Roselia did say that it was, like, apparently exaggerated, so I'm like, huh. I gotta watch that cutscene again now that I've read the full context and see what she means. But I think she did mention this stuff about, like, the church and whatnot, but it does make sense that her and Thomas, you know, I guess maybe, like, know each other from that end. But, good lord. Interesting. Very interesting. I gotta watch some of those cutscenes again with her and, like, maybe get some more context from that. But it was a pretty good read. But regardless, I'm not gonna keep this going longer than it needs to. It's already been 4 hours. Man, I was not expecting that, but it was pretty good. So, that'll do it for me. There are other books, but I'm good. I'm good for my reading for today. That was like pretty much a third of my time today. So, yeah, I think I did enough. But yeah, so just to say it one more time before I sign off, is just that, well, actually, I could probably leave it on the title screen. Why not? So, that is to say, for real this time, this was kind of unplanned, but I figured, you know what, when am I going to read this thing anyway, so might as well. It is for a canon character, like, in the series, so, figured it was worth it, but, pretty cool. But, regardless, that for real will be the last session of Trails of Cold Steel 3. This was kind of a loophole. Technically, oh man, could you imagine if I like loaded up Cold Steel 2 and just said, alright, this is the bonus session for Cold Steel 2. We're reading this book. I'm like, no, I knew it was here, so I was like, listen, I'm not that crazy. That would have been great for April Fools if I maybe timed it a little bit better. That would have been kind of funny. But, yeah, that's gonna do it. So, just one last time, wanted to reiterate. Cold Steel 4 for me. I know it's going to be out tomorrow. I hope everybody can enjoy that when it does come out, as people who have been waiting for the PC version or the Switch version, you know, it's been a good while. So I hope people have fun with that. I know a lot of people mainly stick to, you know, PS4. Honestly, after I get caught up with Cold Steel 4 and we do get an announcement of Hajimari, hopefully at some point, I will definitely be going on the PS4 bandwagon if they continue to release them, like, early on PS4. I will not wait. I might double dip and, like, you know, buy it on PC when it's, like, cheap later on. But, yeah, I definitely won't wait, and I will get it on PS4 in the future, if anybody was wondering about that. But, yeah, it was pretty good. Gonna stream before Cold Steel 4? Oh, probably just a bit more Monster Hunter Rise. Because there isn't really much else. Because, like, Nier is coming out soon. So it's like, before then, it's like, I'm probably just going to try to take it easy, honestly. You know, take a breather. Just maybe, like, you know, play a little bit of Monster Hunter here and there in between those days. But it's like, whew, I need to have a little bit of me time, too, you know. Not that I don't enjoy streaming, but, you know. Everything in balance. So, yeah. Plans are Cold Steel 4 and, like, Nier later on, so that should be a fun time. But, regardless, I'm gonna head out. But once again, 2 weeks. 2 weeks from tomorrow, when, Cold Steel 4 comes out on PC, is when I'll be starting. So that might either be on Friday or Saturday. Who knows? Depending on what I feel on that week. But, I'm looking forward to it. I'm really glad I waited. I'm really glad I waited to play this, like, after confirmation of a release date for 4, because, my god, that cliffhanger really was the worst. I still think about some of those moments, I'm not gonna lie. Like, after, like, the first 2 days after finishing this game, I was like, oh my god, I can't stop thinking about this. Like, it's so bad. I haven't felt like that since, like, FC's cliffhanger, and even then, Jesus Christ, they just cut it off right there. A lot of ciphers remain campaign 109 hours. Bruh. Try 153. No, the main game is probably way shorter. It's just that I did a lot of side stuff. I did pretty much everything you could in the game. So, more or less pretty much everything in a single playthrough. So, you could probably do it faster if you weren't streaming as well, most likely. I'm usually pretty slow about these things. But regardless, it was good. I actually like Cold Steel 3 more than most of the other games, honestly. The pacing was actually, like, despite it being that many hours, the pacing was pretty good, all things considered. No real complaints from me. Maybe on a repeat, it might be, like, weird pacing, I don't know. But for initial playthrough, it was very fun. But regardless, I'm going to stop rambling. I got to go ahead and eat dinner and relax. No more streams from me tonight, because I'm going to be watching One Piece soon, so should be a chill evening for me, but hopefully tomorrow I could do some Monster Hunter Rise, maybe make a bit more progress in high rank and whatnot. But gotta try to take it easy. But regardless, you guys have a good rest of your night. Take care. If you're gonna be playing Cold Steel 4, I hope you enjoy it. And I'll be back with Cold Steel 4 myself in 2 weeks. So you guys have a good rest of your night. Take care, and hope to see you for the next one for Cold Steel 4. And if not, you know, we'll see you around for Monster Hunter Rise or other stuff. But it's crazy to think. It's crazy to think still that it's gonna be one final game, one last game to just be caught up to everything. It's insane, but I'm almost there at the journey's end, man. I'm excited for it. I'll see you guys later. Take care. Later, dudes.